We ran an army at about 1,200 man now. Okay, the room is on mute.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We had a special closed session meeting just before our regular meeting, so we're starting a little bit late. Those of you who are joining us at this point. Like to call the regular meeting of the Scio Township Board of Trustees to order. We'll begin with the roll call and then please join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Hathaway.
Present.
Palmer. Present. Flintoff. Present. Brazeau. Absent. Carey.
Present.
Noel.
Present.
Riser.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Let's join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brings us to adoption of the agenda. I'm not aware of any changes to the agenda. Someone prepared to.
I have a proposed small change to the agenda. I would like to add under unfinished, I guess, either under unfinished business, either just before or just after J2, discussion only item regarding the presentation on implementation of performance-based management.
Oh, all right. Well, I would, I think I would put that after the COLA.
So it could be top of new business. And I know we had kind of two parts. We had made a motion on March 19th to do three things. One, to move J2 to this meeting, but also to request that the HR generalist provide recommendations regarding modifications to the COLA policy for future fiscal years. And also to request an update on the timeline for implementing performance-based management. So whatever presentation Aurora and Joyce have planned would be great.
So that would go there instead of during reports.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is that okay with?
Yes.
And I don't know where there were.
It's in under unfinished business.
We could put it at the top of new business.
Why don't we just put it right after the COLA agenda item?
Okay,
They sort of go together.
J3.
So that's discussion only of.
Presentation on implementation of performance-based management.
I would like to remove or G3 from consent, please.
Okay, so we'll put that on new business. That would be,
After K10.
I guess so. So we'll put G3.
Could you say that one louder, what that change was?
Sure.
So that it's, any board member may move something from the consent agenda. And this, I'm telling you, this is the item G3. Agricultural conservation easement. So that would be moving that item from the consent agenda, and typically they go to the end of new business.
Yeah. And I would say for the audio in this room, we're still working with our IT director on these presets. Joyce, I just want to flag for Chris again, the specs for this audio setting. We just need to get it nailed down, because I think what's happening is the speaker feedback is not set to what we thought it would be for this format. Long story short, in the meantime, please move up. And if you need hearing assist devices, we do have those available, but please encourage you to move forward.
Why is it so far away?
So
I think that's what it is, when the microphone, when you speak this way, I think it's fine, it's when, so it must be some adjustment that needs to be made.
so are there any further
It is.
changes to the agenda? If not, is someone prepared to move the agenda as amended?
I have one, it's a K11. It's just discussion item if there's enough time, and that is just to discuss a possible resolution in support of a pilot project for pollinators in 2024. And if it's 11 o'clock, it's too late, then no intention of doing it. But I just want to add K11 as discussion item.
Just, what's the title?
Pollinator policy, pollinator resolution? Oh, pilot pollinator.
Resolution to establish a pilot pollinator project in Scio Township.
A pilot pollinator.
Project.
PPP.
That's a different.
We just POI, township going.
All right. Are there any other changes to the
That's a
agenda?
discussion item, you have time.
Yes, I get it. I get it.
Well, yeah, let's add it to the agenda.
All right, so with those changes, unless there's further discussion, is someone prepared to move the agenda as amended?
So
So moved by Palmer, supported by Carrie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, we have an agenda. Now communications to the Board of Trustees.
Yeah, communications are included. There are several of them. I will just note, there's one substantive one from Pat Stein that is directly related to K4 that we may want to reference during that conversation.
That brings us to public comment. This is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. Is there anyone present in the meeting hall who would like to speak during public comment? If so, please come forward.
Judy Monk, Scio resident. And I have three topics. The first one is about the national priority list for Gelman. I went on that site today. It's really easy, and there's only been 48, 49 comments. So I would highly encourage many more people in Scio to register their comments and get us a higher priority or more attention for the Gelman cleanup. So that was one. The second one is about the Scio barn. So it's K4. I read Pat Stein's email. I think it's made some excellent points, and I certainly hope you take her points into consideration. Because if I understand correctly, the township is ready to put that on the market this summer and hopes to sell it this summer. No? Okay. So I thought she made really good points about the barn, about the roof, and about the historical nature of it. So hopefully you'll take her points into consideration. And the third one is, because we don't comment as the topic is coming, I want to comment on J2 about the cost of living adjustment. It's very difficult for me to see the merits behind a COLA increase of 5% when we just had as of April 1, salaries go into effect for elected officials, and a number of the people have just been hired. And so I do not see the merits in putting in 5%. It's taxpayer money, and 5% is far and above what is going on in the marketplace. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Kathleen Brand, a fiscally concerned resident. Said this in the last meeting, the 6 p.m. meeting. We noticed that Trustee Brazeau is not here again this evening.
Big shot.
I'm just taking a little pause here. So regarding his absence, we all know what the statutory duties of the trustees is to take care of fiscal responsibility. They have a fiduciary responsibility, and his absences are not serving the township well. I also want to talk about a letter that I sent to the township regarding J2 cost of living adjustments. And I just want to bring forth some facts. First of all, the agenda item had almost no detail in it. I had to ask for which positions were included, including what are we talking about? Somebody who's just about to pass their probationary period. So I sent this to Scio Community News as well as the township. There are a couple of raises that I take exception to. Township manager, the previous township manager was hired at $100,000 a year. The current township manager's annual salary is $165,000 a year. The township is already paying a huge premium for this position, and an additional 5% is not justified. An increase of $8,250, making the annual salary $173,250, $50 absurd. Project manager. The project manager was hired in January of this year. The Board of Trustees approved the position for project manager in August of 2021 with a maximum salary range of $72,000. This project manager was hired at a salary of $81,245. This is $9,755 higher than the approved position rate. And now a raise of 5% is irresponsible. It's a bad policy. The person has not even been here 3 months, and we're going to put another 5%. That is not fiscally responsible. I also noted that 2 other employees have been here for less than 6 months. We need a policy on how this is to be administered and justified. And sorry, but I do believe there's a little conflict of interest here for the persons that are submitting who will be the beneficiaries of the 5%. And then finally, Treasurer Palmer, could you please get your investment report in the packet? You never do that. And also, could you please add the percentages of interest that are earned on pooled checking, pooled savings? We have over $3 million in these funds, and I believe the checking account earns no interest. We have no idea what the pooled savings account earns because you don't report that. You are not doing your duty to the residents to know, are we getting a fair interest rate? Or is it underperforming based on bad performance? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment? No one else present in the meeting hall who would like to speak during public comment? Let's turn to the remote participant.
Sure, wait,
Oh.
there's one.
Oh, come on up.
Hey, Becky.
I'd like to just say something for the employees here. I've only been here less than 2 years. And I've seen a lot of good things happening here. I've also seen a lot of people that care. I came from Pittsfield Township. I was there for 26 years. It was rough to get through 26 years. Things change. People change. Your regime changes, but your workers are good. And your workers do their job. And I see it every day. And you have very good workers here. And you have people that care about your township. And all I see is bickering and arguing. It makes me ill. I watched my first meeting with all you people. When I first came here, all of you. You laugh, you go ahead, but it's not good. It's not good.
With all due respect, I would ask this,
It's not
please
good.
stop, Kathleen. Becky, I would ask anybody to please direct your comments to the board. Thank
It's
you.
not good. It's not good for your workers. It's not good. I like it here. You all are wonderful. You all are wonderful to work with, all of you. I just want you all to know that. I'm here because we've organized. Your workers deserve their COLA. We work hard. We do for you people. We make sure that, I've been here less than 2 years and I've cleaned up so much. I'm working hard. I'm working very hard. I don't stop. I do a full-time job in 1 week. I do a full-time job in 3 days. I work 3 days for this township. I just want to say that I'm here for your workers. And nobody wants to speak up because they're afraid. Why should they be afraid? This is their job. This is what they do. They do it for you guys. That's what they do it for. They do it for all of you.
Thanks, Barry.
Could you introduce yourself again?
I'm Becky Biaco.
Thank you.
They
Thank you,
do it for
Becky.
all of you guys. We're here for the township. They all work hard every day.
Thank you, Becky. Hi, Sarah.
I guess. I feel like it's, to say that there's no merit to the COLA raise to me is, sorry, you're not great at public speaking. But for the past 2 years, the rate of, like, the inflation rate multiplier that was used to increase the value or the taxable value that every taxpayer in the state of Michigan has to pay has been 5% this year, it's been 5% last year. Every year, the cost to own a home in this state has gone up by 5%. And for the taxes. And on top of that, the price of the groceries and the gas and everything has increased astronomically in the past year. And to say that, and a COLA increase is not in order to increase, like, is not in order to make it so someone's making more, like, has more spending power or anything, or is living in the lap of luxury or anything. It's in order to make sure that the amount that we are paid stays current with inflation. Otherwise, if I make the same amount each year, then I have less spending power each year if we don't get the COLA raise. And so to say that it has no merit is to mean, otherwise you're allowing basically all of the employees to have less and less each year, because even though it's the same amount, and even though some employees might, like, the dollar amount is more, but it's still the amount it costs to live increases each year. So it's not as if I'm suddenly gonna have tons more money to spend each year if I get a COLA raise. It's as I will have less to spend each year if I don't get the COLA raise, if that's how inflation works. I understand the idea that there should be some merit-based raises as well, but those should be separate from, like, to say that you don't get a COLA raise was essentially decreasing someone's cut if you don't give them the COLA raise. If you want to give merit raises, then it should be based on merit, that some people get additional raises so they're making more, not so that everybody else is making less, because some people don't, or some people are making more. And I would also argue that while some employees make more than what, like, the argument has been made that certain people make more than certain people are comfortable with them making. But at the end of the day, if you get rid of the COLA raise, that affects everyone. Like, so you can say that some people are gonna be making way too much, but it's like the people who are making like $50,000, am I gonna lose my $1,000 yearly raise because someone else got a $12,000 yearly raise? How does that make sense? Like, it's not just going to impact the people that are at the top of the pay scale. It's gonna impact the people at the bottom of the pay scale who have less money to spend on that kind of thing.
Good job.
Is there anyone else present who would like to comment during public comment?
Hi, everybody. I wasn't originally gonna say anything, at least to start the meeting, but a couple of things to think about, I guess, especially considering the co-op. You know, it's. I know there's a lot of ideas out there, but one of the things I think of, and actually when Becky was speaking, I kind of thought about it, it makes a lot of logical sense. Even where the board the last 2 years has drawn the inspiration or the sourcing of this ideas from is from the state treasury, who issues what the actual inflation rate for property taxes is. If we go back and think about the fiscal impact, it should be relatively neutral to what we're actually getting in increased property taxes. So it should actually be net neutral as far as the fiscal impact, unless I'm overthinking something. So I mean, I understand there's been some people who want to do a different way of calculating it. Bring that up in the future and figure it out, but at this point, they should get the COLA for this year for what has been proposed at, and then we can, as a board, hopefully figure out where it needs to go in the future. And hopefully give everybody some continuality. Having to change policies every year or two isn't fair to our employees, and it's not fair. It's not fair to the board either. It's not fair to the citizens. Can't plan what our property taxes are gonna be if we're gonna give people, 900% raises. Not that we would ever do that, but just throw something crazy out there. So appreciate everybody. Thanks. Have a good night.
Thanks, Ryan.
So this is actually for Kathy and Donna, that you were here when I started.
Christy, would you be so kind to introduce yourself for everybody's benefit?
Christy Aiken. So when I started here, there was a lot of scuttlebutt going on about performance evaluations. Nothing ever happened. Do each of you remember how it started and why it stopped?
I remember it starting and then it kind of faded away.
Yeah. That's what happens at Scio Township. I've been here almost 10 years. And that's what happens. People come, people go. We stay. We get stuck. No offense with this. We do. With change, with, I got this new idea, this is gonna work. We're gonna make this happen. No, it doesn't. It goes, gone, disappears. That's it.
Thanks, Christy.
Anyone else who would like to speak during public comment?
I don't need to say anything at this point.
You're here in solidarity.
He's here to support.
In that case, oh, I'm sorry, do we have someone? We do.
For a moment, I've already introduced myself to the board. I'm Renee Klubeck. And I'm going to turn here because I want to say thank you to the people that came up here. I hear your frustration. I'm older, I'm retired, but I understand the process. I ran a medical practice for 27 years. I want you to know that the citizens here are saying thank you to every one of you gals that we see in the front office. Excuse me, I said gals. I didn't mean to do that, all of you. So yes, the process, in my opinion, and I've only been here briefly, needs attention and improvement. I could turn around. I don't have a positive answer, but I will say one thing. The percentage number hits people hard. There are some of us that have a COLA that's 3.2%. So it's difficult. And I think it's difficult everywhere. And I would just like to recommend that moving forward, perhaps performance evaluations should be mandatory as anything else in the running of this process here. And secondly is many companies have parameters of COLA depending on the level of performance evaluation. And it is also equated by time of employment. So I just could not sit here. I felt terrible. I saw anger and I felt terrible. And I would love to be, I was very involved in running a business. If there's anything anybody wants me to do, copy paper, do something, somebody let me know, because this is wrong on every aspect. So I'm gonna leave and just say thank you. And I hope it works out to the best of these people, whatever way possible.
Thanks, Renee.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? Okay, let's turn to the remote participants.
Anybody who'd like to speak, please raise your Zoom hand. We're gonna start with Rob Pattinson, followed by Jan Culbertson. Rob?
Thank you, Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. First of all, to the employees that spoke up, thank you very much. And this is a question I would like answered by the board. Is it true that Scio Township has not had performance-based raises over the years and have only had the COLA-based raises?
We've
If that
never
is
had
true-
performance evaluations.
You have performance evaluations, do those
Never.
result in a, oh, you do not?
Never. I've never had one.
No one
And
has
you-
ever.
You get performance-based raises?
No. No,
That
Rob,
is
this is Christie.
absolutely astounding and outrageous. That someone can be at a company for 10 years and the only raise they get is the cost of living. So they're basically making the same they made 10 years ago. That is absolutely outrageous and unforgivable. So please do something about that and make that a very, very high priority. That should be your #1 topic at your next board meeting. And all of you should do a lot of homework in the meantime and get your act together. So at 6 p.m., you did not record the opening public part of that meeting. So there is no recording of that. I only got the last 56 seconds because I was late. So the opening of the meeting and the public comments from 6 p.m. were not recorded. I know Kathleen and Renee made public comments at 6 p.m. I would ask you to allow them to repeat those public comments so that they can be recorded at this 7 p.m. meeting.
I have no indication that that wasn't recorded. Where are you getting that?
The red button on the top left was not lit when I was in the meeting, so I don't
Okay.
think it was
I
recorded.
saw it on.
Rob,
Started.
Rob, I'll let you finish your public comment. I'm gonna verify that I'm correct and that it was being recorded, but I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Pat's letter, in her letter to the board, she included the conservation easement and the rental agreement. That is not part of the board package. So I agree with her. That needs to be postponed until you can look at the details of that agreement in more detail. And Pat supplied you with those. Those are not in the board packet. We've paid another $855 to Foster Swift and Mike Homier, bringing the total up for the supervisor's personal attorney up to $165,745.38. On the Scio Community News website on YouTube, we've got 459 recordings. We've got 28,000 views. In the last few months, we've been averaging 700 to 800 views per month, which is an increase. So a lot more people are paying a lot more attention. And I would like a report tonight on the Sheriff Gate progress and plans. I wrote to you yesterday. I hope you read that. There are a lot of questions that remain to be answered. Manager Parker, I understand you don't want to be put in the middle of that situation, but this investigation needs to happen and somebody needs to take control of that. And this board needs to have the courage to find out the truth and then share that truth with the residents. So please make that happen. Thank you.
And just the technical thing, Rob, the recording is there for the 6 p.m. and will be posted.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next up is Jan Culbertson, followed by Jonathan. Jan.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to announce that the Environmental Sustainability Task Force was able to submit our Michigan Green Communities Challenge today, and we did achieve the silver level. So that we'll know a little bit more and get confirmation of that probably by June 1st. But I just wanted to thank all the members of the task force for all of their work, and also the board for passing the resolution to achieve carbon neutrality in township operations by 2030 and community-wide by 2035. Looking forward to working on our transportation multimodal grant. And we did submit our community energy management grant. So happy to move forward. And I want to also, because there's been quite a bit of discussion about staff, I sincerely want to thank both Christy and Fran for all of their support for the Planning Commission and the Environmental Sustainability Task Force, as well as Mary Gillis, who has supported newsletter and launching our page on the website for the task force. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Janet. Thanks for your work on that grant. Next up is Jonathan. Jonathan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I do want to add my thank you to all the hardworking employees in Scio Township Hall. I think if I can jump in here, I think there was a misunderstanding. If I can recall what was said earlier, nobody was saying the COLA shouldn't go through. I think there was some questioning of whether some higher paid employees and some employees who've only been here for a few months should get COLA. But I think everybody is in agreement that the staff here is awesome. You guys keep this place running. You put up with a lot. Trust me, I know. You don't have the easiest jobs, and deserve a fair raise and fair salaries. But I think, if we really want to take a step back and look at the overall management of the township and township's finances, is the last 20 years or so has seen a group of folks who've managed it very poorly, who take the attitude, well, we've always done it this way. So, why should I use, some modern tool or any kind of process that may ensure that we don't lose money or misplace checks or, create all kinds of anxiety between the members of the staff here. We need leadership that's going to focus on the coordination of all the different parts of this organization. Joyce, I would ask you, please get Chris to do something about the Zoom cart and make this thing easier to use so we don't have the type of challenges we've had. I'd also ask you to get involved in Sheriffgate and figure out, get the report, figure out what was done and who did what when. This is the job of a manager. And I know they're uncomfortable positions to be put in, but unfortunately your leadership has done that to you. And I would really appreciate you digging in on that, getting the sheriff's report and finding out what happened. We owe it to the taxpayers who spent $10,000 on that useless N1D report to find out what happened. Why did we spend that $10,000? We throw money around left and right, and yet we don't know what to Ryan's points earlier, we don't know what we're making. We don't get any information from our treasurer, and it's impossible for the taxpayers to understand whether their money is being wasted or not, or just sitting in a 1% account when everyone else is making 30-40% over a 5-year period. It's just ridiculous. And so these changes all need to be made at the top. These changes require leadership and not gamesmanship. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any other Zoom participants like to speak? Got 24 people in attendance. I see no others in. Well,
Great, thanks. Let's move on to approval of minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes. Item F1 is approval of minutes for the regular meeting of April 9th. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
Right, these are the regular meeting minutes.
Yes, this is the regular meeting.
Corrections?
In that case, is someone prepared to move the minutes as presented?
I would so move.
Moved by Riser, support by Palmer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Oh.
According to the Open Meetings Act, the meeting after the meeting is when we're supposed to amend and approve the minutes. So that would have been at the
Special meeting.
special meeting. And it was not there. So I am not going to vote on it because that would violate the Open Meetings Act.
Well, that's not the advice of the
So-
township attorney. at
Well,
that
I've
meeting.
taken classes recently with MSU and MTA on Open Meetings Act.
I
They
would,
have stated
I would
that.
just say we've gotten different advice, at different times from the township attorney. I'm just letting you know.
Read the,
I
brought it with me.
Jillian, I happen to agree with you, but it's no matter. Because the best we can do is, there was a time when the board refused to approve any minutes for months.
Well,
The
if
best
we don't,
thing to
okay,
do.
but here's the thing, if we don't approve them, they automatically get approved.
Jillian,
I-
can I
Yeah,
comment
go ahead.
here? We can't change the minutes beyond the meeting, following the
Right.
last meeting of the minutes. We can still approve the
Yes.
minutes. That's been consistent.
That's not what the classes have said, but
We
we were
consistently.
just asked to
had
if there's any changes to the minutes, so.
Well, I will treat this as an objection to voting by voice, so please call the roll
Okay, on the motion to approve meeting minutes as presented.
for the regular meeting of April 9th.
Okay, per our rules of order, we're starting tonight with Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
This is for April 16th?
No, this is
No.
for one we just voted on. We're voting on it again but we're doing. a
April
roll call.
9th, regular meeting minutes to be
No.
approved as presented. No? Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion adopted 5-1.
Thank you. The next set of minutes is for the special meeting of April 9th. Are there any corrections to those minutes?
I'm with the minutes. We're good.
And yeah, no, that's fine. I have none.
So there are no corrections. Is someone prepared to move adoption of the draft minutes for April 9th special meeting?
I would move their adoption.
Moved by Riser, support by
Support.
Noel. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
minutes adopted 6-0.
Okay, one more set of minutes. These are from April 16th.
What we just did,
No, we just did the special meeting of April 9th.
then mine's a no.
Okay,
For the last vote.
I just request that we just go back, if I could confirm again, the roll call
So we'll
on the special meeting minutes for 4-9. Have Hathaway is yes, Palmer, yes, Flintoff, yes, Carrie, no. Noel, yes, Riser, yes, resulting in a motion of 5-1.
I think that is correct. Now we are on the special meeting of April 16th. Are there any corrections to those draft minutes?
I don't have corrections to it. I just want to note something that you'll see in the finalized resolution. It looks like during the course of the meeting, the board kept talking about the, I think, 2020, using the wrong term for the 6-year term you were talking about with the CIP throughout several of the motions. And it was clear that you were talking about this next 6-year period. And so we made that correction in the resolution adopting the CIP. I just want to note that administrative correction. Mary and I had no doubts that this board here knew what they were trying to reference.
Yes, that was the scope. Thank you.
Well, I think we could, yes, when those motions were made, I think what I recall is that we were referring to a document that was actually not the right document to be looking at to get the dates. And that's how the motion came out the way that it did.
Understood, but we're all clear that we're talking about
The current-
FYE 25, 6 years.
Yeah,
Great.
so with that understanding, and I guess administrative correction.
I just wanted to note it, no change to the minutes. but-
Okay. Are there any other corrections to the minutes from the special meeting of April 16th?
And I would move their adoption.
Moved by Riser, support by Noel. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
minutes adopted 6-0.
Okay, that brings us to the consent agenda. There's 3 items on the consent agenda. Is someone prepared to move the consent agenda?
I would move the consent agenda with the exception of the item polled. G3.
I support.
So moved by Riser, support by Flintoff. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion adopted 6-0.
Okay, that brings us to reports. The first item is H1 monthly financial reports.
Yep, I want to thank Rebecca Motti for pulling these together, pulling them together monthly. You'll notice improvements in our accounting. Every month, the due tos and due froms continue to be more and more up to date. And I want to thank Plant Moran and Rebecca for working together. These will continue to get better and better, and we plan to stay on the schedule of providing these at the second regular board meeting each month. But if there are questions, please note them.
Yeah, so the question for the, sorry. Your report.
Monthly financial reports.
Yeah. See, this is the balance sheet. There's a, not the payment of the bills, but the monthly refinance.
Yeah.
Okay, so this would be on page 1.
Exactly. General.
Balance sheet for Scio Township period ending 2/29/24.
Is that the general fund?
Yes, it is. Okay, I'm looking for, yeah, they could just make these a little bit bigger. Yeah, so it's a CY taxes receivable, 466,402. So that's at the end, it's February 29th. So what is CY taxes receivable? Is that what we brought in?
No, I think that should be.
You know, I would have to pull a detailed report. Ryan Yapel emailed me and Rebecca earlier today. I just didn't have a chance to run it before the board meeting. I'd have to pull that detail and send it out. This was at the end of February 29th.
Yeah, I know it's been a while, but.
No, it's not been a while, but it would be, Donna, that is accurate, in terms of that number for February 29th. Do you have insights or do you, we can,
why even stands for.
the calendar year?
Oh.
Oh, how about the abbreviated words?
I'll pull the detail report and send it out,
Okay,
so we have a
please.
itemization.
Are there any other questions about the financials?
For me.
Okay, we have item H2 is the sheriff's report. This is is a written report. And that brings us to regular reports. I understand there are several oral reports and one that was sort of added later. Why don't we just go through? I attached, this is in response to a request actually for more detail about the lobbying efforts on behalf of the fire department. Capital needs, so there's a memo in there. If anyone has any questions about anything there, let me know. I can answer them now or answer them later. People want to approach me. And the treasurer's report.
Each one of you have been passed out the report through March. Fiscal year.
So this is the first quarter.
This is, well, first calendar quarter with the last quarter of the fiscal year. Those were balances in those accounts at that point in time.
Thank you, Donna.
Any of us know that work with investing, it's still very good, especially when we're so limited with public funds.
Great.
Thank
And we post these on the, with the financial reports along with the investment reports on the budget and finance page.
Okay, clerk's report. I believe you distributed.
Yes, I distributed hard copy. Just wanted to let everybody know about the official list of partisan candidates for township offices. Today, at 4 o'clock was the filing deadline for candidates for many offices, including partisan candidates for Scio Township offices. Candidates who have filed have until Friday, April 26th at 4 to withdraw. Barring any withdrawals, below are the candidates listed. For the partisan candidates listed for Scio Township offices who will appear on the August 6th primary. After the primary, candidates without any political party affiliation seeking township office must file by not later than 4 p.m. Thursday, July 18th, to appear on the November 5th general. The partisan candidates for township office are for clerk, Jessica Flintoft and Terry Murdy. For supervisor, John Boyle and Jillian Carey. For treasurer, Ryan Yapel. For trustee, Kathleen Brandt, Mark Brazeau, Kathleen Knoll, Judy Monk, Charlie Nielsen, David Reed, and John Reiser. All candidates who filed are Democrats. We had no candidates file as Republicans. The deadline for precinct delegate is May 7th at 4 p.m. Candidates should file with the county clerk. We typically have a lot of active Scio residents in those, both Democrat and Republican side. And while the deadline for the ballot wording of proposals for the primary isn't until Tuesday, May 14th, I did attach, current just as of today, this may change, the unofficial list of proposals. I will note that Scio voters will have 4 funding requests before them, 4 renewal funding requests before them. 1 from Scio Township, which we approved at our last regular meeting, renewal and restoration for transit. And then their Washtenaw County has put forth 3 renewal and restoration villages. If anybody has any other questions about other deadlines or requirements, please reach out.
So let the games begin.
Hockey Alpine Sanitary Authority. Is anyone making a comment
No.
about that?
No update at this point.
Parks, Paths, Preserves Committee.
Nothing at this time.
Okay, Land Preservation Committee.
Planning Commission, we met last night for an abbreviated meeting because it was Passover, so we started a public hearing. And the public hearing was regarding the Trailwoods PUD, the shift in the road at Stabler as it reaches there. I'm also gonna do a written report and include this, and I'll put the other stuff in there too. But Scott Betzold was there, gave a presentation, kind of went through the history of why the road has to be moved. It has to do with Eagle not wanting a long bridge and a culvert and only one. And the road commission having to have a certain slope, 4-to-1 slope that goes down from the road to the Honey Creek there. So what has happened is that the developer is proposing to shift the road 20 feet to the west of where it originally was. It's going to result, if approved, in a result of 0.5 acres less open space. So we heard from commenters in this hall and commenters online, and then we postponed until our next meeting. My notes here say May 13th at 7 p.m. We will hear additional public comment. The Planning Commission also approved amendments to its minutes. The minutes
Or bylaws?
Bylaws, thank you, but the bylaws said, before 5 to 9, we just settled at 7 members. So it's gonna be a 7-member planning commission. They're going to have 3-year terms. Of course, we know from our own ordinance, those are gonna be, our policies, rather, they're gonna be rotating. The capital improvement plan, which is something that, planning commissions are allowed to do under statute. Our bylaws say that it is up to the township unless the board of trustees instructs the planning commission to assist in the development of it. So it's this body's responsibility for the CIP for planning commission, unless, and then our
Unless
meeting.
we change our ordinance,
Right, that's right, unless.
because it's in our ordinance that it's the board.
Right,
Okay.
and we're saying it's the board unless the board asks the PC to assist with it, planning commission to assist. Yeah, and then meetings can be canceled if a lack of agenda items or inclement weather. But there are minimal changes that kind of recommended and gone over with Mariah Fink. Those were adopted.
Thank you. Is there anything further? Well, I guess we sort of heard about the sustainability task force already during public.
Yeah.
I turn to the Gelman report, trustee Noel.
Okay, I passed out a handout to all board members. This summarizes our planned public comments for the EPA. The public comment period is open until May 6th. I think these comments are fairly refined, and I doubt we're going to change them, but if anyone has any suggestions or comments, please feel free to talk to me privately. Basically, we will focus on 3 issues. Number 1 will be getting the trigger cleanup level for 1.4 dioxane to be below 7.2, which is the current Michigan standard. Most other states have a lower level. The EPA has not said what level they're going to use yet. That's gonna come later in their evaluation of the site. Many people are pushing for the 3.5 level, which EPA has used in the past in these cleanups in a state where the drinking water standard is high. So we're asking for that. Number 2, we're requesting improved plume delineation. As you know, we did extensive testing in Scio Township from July of 2021 to August of 2022 using the 522 method for detecting dioxide. This is a more sensitive method than the current method being used by the county in Eagle. We discovered numerous contamination sites, many of them over a mile north of what was thought to be the northernmost perimeter of the plume. It was a surprise to many people. So we are pushing for improved plume delineation. And then we're also pushing for, in our number 3 comment, adoption of the 522 method for testing for dioxin for all drinking water samples. And there is a push for this throughout the area. Others are going to comment on this one too. Other parties, former interveners are going to be talking about this one.
Kathy, what is the website address to make comments? So
Okay, it's
the residents.
there is a Gelman website page at the EPA right now. You can enter EPA, Gelman, and public comments, and you will probably get there. However, yeah, also on our Scio website, we have the link to the public comment page on the Gelman website, and it does work. Mary set it up. It's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
We tested it.
That works.
You have to type it in.
I believe you have to type it in. Judy, which one did you use?
I use the old Scio Township,
Yeah.
right, banner right at top.
Yeah, it's real easy. And I would urge residents also to consider doing that.
Kathy, can I just clarify one thing? When you were going through the comments, you said that our well testing, Scio Township's well testing program found points of contamination north of the plume. I just say positive test results. I mean, none of the results up to the north were exceeding the state standard or close to the state standard, but we did get some positive results of some of those private well tests.
But we documented dioxin contamination in those wells.
People who aren't as familiar with the specifics, I don't want them to get alarmed.
Contaminated drinking water.
Beyond what,
Right.
I mean, nobody wants to have any dioxin of any amount in their well water, but I just didn't want people to draw the wrong conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is excellent, Kathy. I think that, I mean, I agree, have contaminated drinking water. I think in this context, which it's highly technical and specific, it makes sense. I think more broadly, I agree with you, Will. Like, I think that we need to be clear about when we say contaminated drinking water, you know, contaminated. Can we say it's safe? No. Would the state say it's safe? Yes. You know, it's complicated. That said, Kathy, so with this, when we say possible submittal to the EPA, with these three topics, I assume that we would be submitting this as a board?
Yes.
Okay, so is that something you
This
wanna
is
ask for?
consistent with our prior policies, and it's consistent with prior reports that have been prepared by Keith during the intervention. It's consistent with the position we've taken in the past.
Mhm.
So it's nothing new here.
I just think it might be valuable to maybe have a board motion to state that, you know, largely with the substance pending any small modifications, that the board would accept this as our statement, that to the EPA, if we're ready to do that, because I know you're on a timeline. And the reason I'm suggesting that, doing that here tonight is then we have kind of the official statement of the board that we can then share out with residents, in case it's something that they want to amplify.
Okay, that's fine.
Or do you want to make it a motion?
Yeah, I hadn't written up a motion because this was all consistent with our prior practices. Why don't we work on one here together then?
Okay.
So
All right. You want me to just start? riffing?
start.
All right. A motion, to, submit, on behalf of the Board of Trustees to the EPA
During the public comment period
during the public comment period
for the Gelman site.
for the Gelman site. The,
Proposed comments or draft comments as prepared by
yep,
Keith
the,
Gadway,
Yep.
PE.
the comments submitted by trustee Noel at our 4/23 board meeting.
Are you making it or are you making it?
I'll make it.
Okay,
Moved by Noel, support by Riser. Call roll.
okay. Just so then we can all be behind this as kind of the statement of the board.
That's fine. That's good.
The last time that we voted and to make the statement, it was a different board, really. so.
Yeah, it was. It
Yeah, we
was.
haven't actually made a statement on this in a
Quite a
couple
while.
years. Okay, with the motion by Noel, support by Riser, did you want to do a voice vote?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I wanted to do.
Roll. Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion adopted 6-0.
Well, I have a question, Kathy.
Thanks, guys.
Why doesn't the EPA use the 522 method?
Because it is much more expensive and it will reveal more contamination. So right now, I mean, the EPA does use it some of the time, but the county and Eagle do not use it. I thought you were referring to Eagle.
Well, I was reading the number 3
Yeah.
word, which is EPA.
They do use it.
Okay, so shall we move on? The
No,
next-
I have a-
Yeah.
or unless you're going, oh, never mind. You're,
I'm moving down the list of.
yeah, you have that list. I don't, but go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So are we done with the Gelman? Okay, the next item is the township lobbying efforts. Are there further questions? There's a memo in here.
Thank you. It's helped.
Road advisory committee.
This is just a short report. We are in the process of working on a special assessment district policy, but before we do that, we're working on, we call it the nuts and bolts. So if a resident wants to pave their road or in their neighborhood, then they would come and we would give them that packet. It would be very clear, employees, everybody would understand it. And then the policy is what the township would be following. That's going to be quite condensed, but that's in the works. Chris Chang is working with us on this. He's learning about SADs, special assessment districts, as we go along. But we've met, we've had a subcommittee with Caroline Altamir, Patrick Shields, and myself and Chris Chang, and we're just knocking this out. It's awesome. It feels really great. So that will be coming in front of the board. We're working on the public road part of it, then we have a private road because they do fall under a different statute. So that'll be done a little bit down the road. Also, not RAC, or Road Advisory Committee, but the other day I drove out Stabler Road to check out one of the, I think it's the Berksell, that's how you say it? Well, on Stabler Road. So then I thought, I'm gonna go down and look at our property because I thought it was on the west side, but it's not, it's on the east. I get to the end and there's a dead deer. Okay, not a big deal. I turned into the cul-de-sac and there was 6 dead deer. And I'm like,
yeah.
that's weird. So I called Sean McCormick, our ordinance officer, and I said, hey, Sean, there's a problem down here. There's all these dead deer. He goes, okay, I'll check it out. So he goes out there to check it out and he says, I'm gonna call the DNR. This is really strange. But when he was out there, he picked up all the garbage that people have dumped and he brought it back and disposed of it. So I just thought, he went above and beyond. I didn't tell him there was garbage there, but he just went ahead and did that, and I just want to give him kudos for that. I mean, we have great employees, but we need to express our appreciation for the things that they do. And one other thing is Dan Burke, our firefighter, 25 years, he's retiring, and that should have been on the board tonight because he's leaving May 2nd. I know that the town, the staff were having a farewell to him, but we should have recognized him here. So I don't know if we could do that at the next board meeting.
I understand that the chief and Mary had that in the works, yeah.
Well, not the staff party.
Agreed, a resolution on behalf of the board. I don't know,
Okay.
I'm seeing a thumbs up.
Okay, could we invite Dan and his wife, hopefully that they'll be here? Okay, thank you. I didn't know this, so I just didn't want him to be, thanks a lot, bye. Great, okay, and that's it for me.
Joyce, may I turn to you for the Transit and Bus Advisory Committee and your report?
So since our last meeting, the committee has not met. We are looking at scheduling a meeting within the next 7 to 10 days. I believe the meeting might even be scheduled at this point because Christy was working on it. We plan to also request an opinion through the Township Attorney Office to give us some guidance on what we can actually do with funding that's in the fund balance so that we can kind of focus our effort in that regard as well. So that's primarily where things are at, and hopefully we'll be able to get something back to the board within the next 45 days or less.
Great, thank you, Joyce. I have one other question about the bus committee.
Yes.
At our last meeting, we talked about, I can't remember if you had 8 or 9 recommendations, but we were able to talk about one of them and not all the others because we
Yes.
wanted to focus on that. And there were a lot of important recommendations in there I wanted to talk about. In particular, kind of how do we start to institutionalize transit planning? You know, I for one think it belongs in the planning commission, not in a subcommittee, and I just kind of want a chance to have the committee come back and talk about all those recommendations.
Absolutely, because I agree with you. I think there are a number of items that was included in the recommendations that we should focus on, you know, as part of getting things underway even prior to the millage vote.
I agree.
Yeah.
Could we hear some of those at one of our May meetings?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then before moving on, I too would like to just express my appreciation to the employees. Everybody, they do an excellent job for the township. They go beyond what they need to do, give more than 100%. And I appreciate them coming out tonight, sharing their view. Yeah, totally unsolicited, but I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Joyce.
Joyce, is there gonna be any more of a report from you?
Regarding what?
Resolution regarding the email gate?
There isn't a report at this point from me related to the email situation. I did have a conversation with our township attorney, and she's gonna be working on kind of an assessment as far as where we're at to date and what she might recommend moving forward. The other thing, I've asked our IT person to summarize the changes that have taken place that was recommended in the report from N1 Discovery. So that's basically the status at this point in time. I think the challenge moving forward, not to say that we should not move forward, is the fact that the information is no longer on the computer. And so we do not have access to the information. Certainly, if there's an interest on the part of the board to look at interviews of those involved, you know, I can speak with the attorney and get back with you on what we may or may not be able to do in that regard.
And I think for me, Joyce, when we, I think we made the motion back on March 19th to ask a few things. One, schedule that special meeting to discuss. We had it. 2, to direct our township attorney to share the report with the sheriff, prosecutor, whomever she thought
She
fit.
did.
And 3, to request that the township attorney return at the next regular meeting with a proposed resolution regarding next steps. It was provided as open as kind of next steps on the matter. So I asked Mariah, I can follow up with her if she needs, you know, more direction from the board, but I do think that, you know, the entire reason I called for the administrative review was for the township to kind of get a handle. We're never gonna know all the ins and outs of everything, and that's okay. But we got a lot of facts, we got a lot of information, and I think that it's important that we kind of document what we can so that we can put it to bed. And so that's my hope with the instruction. I know it can look a few different ways. I've heard some people talk about, you know, additional information we could need or have. That may be the case, but I want some direction on some next steps, because as we've long established, the administrative review by the township is in the board's hand. You know, it can be as long or short, complex or simple as we want it to be, right?
So I can get with the township attorney if you have suggestions on what direction she should consider as part of that process. If you could share those with me.
I'd
or
be
with
happy
her,
to.
And we can get back with you. And I
Yeah,
can
I'll share it with
certainly
both of you. I
invite her
got-
to the next meeting.
Got a draft in my head.
Okay.
Okay, well, that brings us to the end unless there's more. The township manager, I don't want to cut you off.
I'm all set.
Okay, all right. That brings us to the end of reports.
On PPP, I don't know if you said LPC or PPP, but PPP, we're continuing to talk with Bria Sheffer regarding a prairie restoration of wildflowers on the Van Curler. And she's working on kind of putting together a bid and how much that's gonna cost. And so more on that as it happens, if it happens.
What is her role now with the township?
Right now, she's just it's kind of a volunteer, to be
Yeah.
honest with you, just
Yeah,
a good egg.
she's not one of the because she didn't become a steward. She did her internship last summer.
Right,
Yeah.
so,
Just sort of seeing through.
yeah,
her-
she just has a vision and wants to.
Yeah, she did awesome work
Yeah,
last
right.
year.
So, it'll be brought back when and if it's ready. Thank you.
Okay, we have no public hearings. That brings us to unfinished business. The first item of unfinished business is item J1. This is the Kennedy Industries pump maintenance contract.
Good evening.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, so as we discussed last meeting, I was gonna look into a 3-year contract. I was able to sit down with Kennedy in person on Monday and to discuss a tentative agreement. With talking with Joyce after that conversation, we thought it was still best to move forward with a 1-year contract. A brief summary, they did want to actually increase all 3 years to 39,000, a little over 39,000 each year, including this first year. I got them to go back to the original quote that they gave us. But they wanted to stay firm on the next 2 years being at that $39,000 mark. And based off that information, me and Joyce decided it was better just to stick with the 1-year contract and revisit with the following year, along with perhaps other contractors for that type of work.
Thank you for looking into that. Brandon, so what is the not to exceed amount you'd recommend for this year? Is it the 31,300?
Correct. It's, I have it broken down between water and sewer fund, 25,450 for sewer and 5,850 for water.
And how did you arrive at that breakdown? What was the logic?
I took the stations that will be having maintenance done at them. Majority of them were in sewer, and they have a cost breakdown for each specific equipment item that they're gonna be maintaining. So I just allocated it to the correct fund.
Great. And we prepared for these motions.
So you have a modification to the model motion.
To approve Kennedy Solutions 1-year contract starting April 1st to maintain our water and sewer pumps to be paid from Fund 591, 5,850 and Fund 590, 25,450.
I would support.
Moved by Flintoff, support by Riser. This is expenditure, so please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thanks.
Thank you, Brandon.
Brings us to item J2. And this is the authorization of cost of living adjustment COLA for eligible employees effective April 1, 2024. Gesundheit. Welcome, Aurora.
Where do you wanna start? Will?
Well,
Questions?
I guess the question, do you want to make any kind of introduction to this agenda item or?
No, as you know, it's back on under unfinished business, and the cost of living adjustment for the eligible employees in effect date of April 1st, 2024.
When this was on before, there were sort of 2 options, and now we've, the recommendation, if I understand correctly, is to just go with the 5.1.
Correct. And separate the other review of performance review evaluation.
And if I could, I just wanna, I wanna thank, staff for coming out and speaking. I just wanna say something I said during public comment before y'all walked in. Is just to be clear, the board received the COLA right before our March 19th meeting, whatever that Thursday before is. So the first time it's on the agenda is March 19th. Long meeting, CIP, budget, other things. At that time, we made a motion to move this item to April 23rd meeting. And here we are tonight, and to request that the HR generalist provide recommendations regarding modifications to the COLA policy for fiscal year 26, next year, no changes to this year. And to request an update on a timeline for implementing performance-based increases as supplemental, that's in addition to COLA increases. So just for the record, however jumbled that is, agree, disagree, I'll just say it's different than some of what it seemed like the perception was. So insofar as that's helpful, I wanted to share that that is in fact the extent of the board conversation about COLAs has been that motion.
Trustee Carey?
Yes, I want to apologize for any miscommunication or lack of communication. We could definitely do better.
I have questions. I'm gonna support this, but I have a couple of questions that were brought up from public comment. What about if someone just hired? Should they be entitled to a 5.1% COLA? If you come in on April 1st and on May, what's your position on that? Your opinions on that?
So we discussed that, Joyce and I both, and we decided on the 90-day probationary period, as that is what is approved by the board when a new employee is hired, and then the board approves if they pass the probationary period. So we went with that.
So if someone has 60 days in, do they just not get it, or do they get it once they've passed their probationary period?
They get it after the probationary period and the board approves that probationary period.
And then what about executive level pay? Some salaries are higher than others. Should there be any delineation between salary? If someone's over 100K or someone's under 50K?
So as it stands right now, what the board has been approving is across the board, the COLA increase. So if we're considering something different, then that would be part of the J3, the reviewing of going forward.
Well, I'm gonna support.
And John, I just want to say, those are two things. I've had multiple discussions internally since January with Aurora about it, is those are a couple of the areas that I think we need to look at for future years, because what's different from I think 2020 or 2021, when we put the semblance of a first policy, and I, did this, it's super imperfect. It didn't consider hiring a bunch of new staff. It didn't consider a scenario where we would have a wage range of 3 times. We never had that before. We never had so many new staff that had been here for less than a year. All these different things. We also hadn't had a pandemic with inflation where we provided a COLA of 7.9% last year, when revenues were only 5%, and then proposed 5.1% this year, where revenues are up by 5%. So I do want to note that, the township, is expending more than we're bringing in, and that's okay, because that's just kind of the extraordinary inflationary times we're in. But that's part of why my request, I think it was Kathy's motion, which I supported, was with the multiple parts of the presentation that we're going to hear later, and I know it's going to take many meetings and a lot of time, was to look at that COLA policy, because when we put this in place, we didn't anticipate having, these executive level pays. We didn't anticipate having so many employees who were under a year. And so I just want to note that those are things we'd like to look at for future iterations of the policy. And, we have a couple employees who have individually negotiated contracts, which is also another factor.
So I guess I'm gonna move this model motion, and if you want me to read it, I will, but otherwise.
Please go
Go
ahead.
for it.
I move that Scio Township authorize, effective April 1st, 2024, a cost of living allowance increase of 5.1% in wages only and not to on-call or other incentive pay to all regular full-time employees and all temporary employees with regularly scheduled shifts, except for those employees entitled to annual increases under a collective bargaining agreement. All probationary employees will receive the COLA increase after completing their probationary period and approved by the Board of Trustees. The delay in COLA increase will affect one employee in probationary status. For this employee, the COLA increase will be effective April 24th, 2024. This increase shall not be awarded to elected officials. That's my motion.
Moved by Riser.
I'll support. Go for it, Jillian.
Okay,
Okay, support, second from Carrie. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion adopted 6-0. J3,
Yes, indeed. Discussion only of the presentation on performance review, and you're already there.
Right.
Laura, do you want to proceed?
I was going to get up. So do you want me to start? Okay. So I've been working very closely with Joyce, and also getting, some feedback, regarding, performance evaluation, a review form. We did review one with the management during, our management meeting. So there are different, is a different form that we've looked at, regarding that. So we are still reviewing and working on a recommendation. We are hoping to complete that and wrap that up by the May 14th meeting.
wow.
And have that recommendation for the board at that time.
Wow.
I think Aurora really covered everything. Just a couple of comments. When we met with the management staff, there were concerns about the performance-based process. And so that's something that we want to take a look at. And then the other comment that came up was related to the process and perhaps being more objective versus subjective. And so we want to take a look at that as well.
And I'm surprised and impressed and, flexible about taking any action on May 14th. I mean, I guess when I think about kind of performance review, why I wanted the board to talk about it is I'm anticipating it's gonna take months or a year to fully implement, and I'm sure it's just kind of a first step, but I just want us as a board to kind of talk about what some of the benefits and goals are. And I guess for me, it's something I've noticed has been lacking in Scio Township since I got here. And I think we can better support staff, get better output, attract and retain better staff, and have more equity across the organization with some sort of performance evaluations. Now, they've got to be done right. People have got to be trained. We need to send our managers to training on how to do it. We need to be consistent. We need to all have shared goals. And I think that they should be motivational, but I also think that it's a chance to make sure that employees are meeting some minimum criteria, keeping up with regular trainings, keeping up with stuff like that, as well as motivating employees to go above and beyond. If there's not an additional bump on top of COLA and it's just performance for performance sake, that's okay. But I personally am not wed to it. I defer to you two, but I've seen that work really well, where you have the COLA plus a little more you can earn if you're a high performer. Because right now we have a compensation schedule that I know you're going to be doing the wage analysis, thank you, or the study. And that's a different sort of classification compensation analysis, but we don't have enough equity right now, across levels of performance, tenure, classifications here.
I think the other thing that is really important is, as you talk about the evaluation process, is really having that process as one where, you can actually establish goals.
Exactly.
So that we have that in place, and then actually use it as a communication tool. So that, there may be some things that we can do better than what we're doing as managers that can actually be more beneficial to employees. And I think it's, it goes both ways. And I just think it's an opportunity to communicate.
Agreed. I also want to say, I want to make sure that we have a plan for performance review of our manager in whatever way is appropriate. Joyce, I'm sure you have some good models. But that's something that this board has, I don't know, Donna, Kathy, have you ever had a good evaluation of a manager?
No.
Okay, so
No, good evaluation, or no evaluation.
No about
No.
I mean, a good evaluation process. A good process.
Sounded kind of.
I don't like Drake either, but I wouldn't dare say it.
I mean, a good evaluation process. To be clear. Yeah, so, and so Aurora, we'll really, just like, I mean, being the HR generalist, you've got a couple sort of, unique responsibilities. One, helping guide the board in that process in partnership with Joyce. Two, when it comes to compensation commission, helping to staff that when every 2 years that process comes around. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that. And like, I don't know if, I know in, when in another position I've been in, we did these 360-degree evaluations, where, we were able to get input from like, a boss, a colleague, a community member, whatever it is. And I'll just say too, like, certainly I'd be, interested in if there's any process that you would recommend, I or other board members go through for like evaluations of our own performance. I'm totally down with doing that too, just for our own learning and growth.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to new business. First item is K1, possible action on extension of conditional offer of employment to Brent Newsom for a vacant firefighter position.
Good evening, board. Before you have a conditional or a motion to authorize a conditional offer of employment, I'd like to discuss how we got there first and understand the process before we do this. As trustee Carey made everyone aware, Captain Burke has announced his retirement. He's leaving next week. Captain Burke is our highest ranking.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Our highest ranking officer on his shift that's covered by the union contract. Upon his retirement, we began a promotional process to fill his place. You'll have information on that next board meeting, and I'll have some recommendations after we follow that process. But at the end of the day, we have a lieutenant sliding into a captain spot and a firefighter sliding into a lieutenant spot, creating a vacancy in the firefighter ranks. Our process to fill an open firefighter position begins with getting an eligibility list. We use a third-party company called EMCO, and all of the they're a major testing organization. They do promotional exams for firefighters and police officers, as well as entry-level exams. The majority of our pre-service fire training institutes recommend people go to EMCO to take their pre-entry test. We signed up to participate with that. It's a no-cost item for us. When a candidate takes a test, they pay a $25 or a $50 fee. They record their information and they select which departments they would choose to work for. I went on to EMCO's website after we received notice of Captain Burke's intent to retire, and we pulled that list off. From that list, we had 23 candidates total. That was our starting point. From there, we made sure they met all of our pre-employment requirements. Once we whittled that list down, we then went through and contacted each individual to schedule an interview. From those 23, we whittled a few away, not meeting our requirements. Some said, no, thank you, I'm not interested. Some said, I've already got a job and I haven't got my name off the list yet. From there, we had 7 candidates to interview. The 2 captains that remained, Captain Cook and Captain Holzer, along with myself, scheduled interviews with these 7 people. From those 7 interviews, we came to a consensus on a ranking of who we should hire first And as part of this process, we considered who we would like to hire in September, as the board has authorized us to hire additional firefighters. We have that work done as well. The three of us are in consensus on the orders of which folks to hire. And that brings me today to Brent Newsome. Mr. Newsome has left a previous place of employment after a full career. He's worked for both the, I don't want to mess this up, Northville Township Fire Department and the Monroe Fire Department. He comes from that position as a captain in Monroe. For whatever reason, he was either, it was his time to leave there. I've spoke with his former fire chief. I've spoke with his references and they all speak highly of him. So I'm recommending that we offer a contingent offer of employment to Mr. Newsome. He undergo background investigation, psychological exam. He has a valid physical from our same company, so we don't need to do that step, as well as a drug screening. And I think he'd be an excellent addition to our department.
Is he here?
He is not here, unfortunately, had a prior commitment, he couldn't make it. One last note, he would be covered under the firefighters collective bargaining agreement. They have, he'd be starting at the first level on the wage and benefit scale.
He's got an incredible amount of experience.
He owes us money for all the paper we spent.
I apologize, but I did not realize that document was that big.
No, but I mean, he is retired already from Monroe.
Correct. Yep, much the same way as I left my previous employer and came here. He's actually left last fall. And he's been retired for a little bit and is very interested in coming back to work.
And without getting into too many details, I mean, it does look like he's retiring from a higher classification as a shift commander.
Correct.
What are your thoughts about the benefits of hiring a retired shift commander for a firefighter?
In my experience, every one of them that does it really enjoys no longer dealing with the stress of scheduling and being in charge, and enjoys mopping floors and cleaning trucks and going on calls.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure, I just can tell it.
Yeah, let me, a minute.
One last advantage with the experience, he's gonna have a very quick orientation here. He needs to learn our specifics, but you know, he's very familiar with firefighting. He's very familiar with vehicle extrication. He's a paramedic. So I see a very quick and seamless transition getting him up on board and on shift.
Way to get a good candidate.
Good job.
That's awesome. It's wow. Yes, motion
Yes, please.
to extend a conditional offer of employment to Brent Newsome for the position of firefighter pending the acceptable results of a background investigation, psychological exam, and pre-employment physical drug screening with a start date to be as soon as possible for successful completion of pre-employment conditions.
Moved by Carrie,
Support?
support by Flintoff. Why don't we do a roll?
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, board.
One more, just flag. I know we've talked about this before. And first of all, congratulations to Brent. We're looking forward to meeting you. I know I've mentioned this in passing to you and Aurora a couple times. I just want to ask formally if you or Aurora would please get back about my question on our application for employment for Scio Township. Fire applicants only. Are you a US citizen? My question is, what is the legal authority for our asking that question?
My apologies, I
No, it's,
totally missed it.
no, not, I just want to make sure we're not, I want to make sure, I'm sure there's a good legit reason. I just never want to be inadvertently excluding any otherwise eligible people to work.
100% agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Chief. Brings us to item K2. Could we bring in Laura from, I think she's
She's on.
Good evening, I'm here.
Yay. Thank you, Laura.
And Laura, if you're able to turn on your video, that works a little better.
I will.
Thank you.
Bad lighting, but I'm here.
Okay, and you can help us with the pronunciation of Purcell?
Purcell conditional rezoning. This is a conditional rezoning. It's a little different than a straight rezoning, which is typically what we would see for different properties. This is a conditional rezoning for 160 North Stabler Road. It's on the east side of Stabler Road and it encompasses 4.4 acres of land. And it exists currently as a warehouse storage building. It's located just north of the Kiwanis building on Stabler Road. The site is currently zoned IRP, Industrial Research Park, and the applicant has requested to rezone this property to I2. And as part of a conditional rezoning, the applicant provides voluntary conditions they would place upon themselves. And there are 3 conditions that the applicant has prepared for consideration. The rezoning is limited to only allow for major vehicle repair facilities and vehicle collision repair facilities. That would be the only use that would be used there. Secondly, no additional impervious surface would be added to the site. And third, the site would only be used by employees. There'd be no customers that would be locating at this site. The applicant is there. They could answer any questions regarding their use. But the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this conditional rezoning at their March 25th meeting. This rezoning is consistent with the text of the master plan. The map does show that this area would be mixed use commercial, but the text does indicate that industrial uses would be permittable in this area. And due to the location north on Stabler Road, far from the Jackson corridor, we don't believe that this location would probably be suitable for a commercial user. There's just not enough visibility at this location. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I'm sure the applicant is there. Joe Maynard and Mr. Purcell are there to answer any questions as well.
Would the applicant or the representative like to make any comments? So in case you're here, answering questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think the packet did a great job of explaining, what the process was. Oh, all right, Joe Maynard, Washington Engineering.
I don't.
Charlie Kahn, Swisher Commercial. Gary Purcell. Heritage Collision.
And Trustee Carey, I saw you raise your hand.
Oh, I did read through and I drove by. So I just have a question because there's something about an easement, driving the cars on or taking from through the easement, but I didn't understand. You have a building now.
Yes, on Jackson Road, right behind Men on the Move.
So that's
Red Road.
at the west side?
It's on the
Wait,
west.
I'm looking at Stabler from Jackson.
It's on your left.
It's on the
West
left.
current building.
Okay, but what's the easement then? Because then you would just be driving down.
I got an easement in my backyard that goes to Stabler. And I got an easement in my front that goes to Stabler. I got 2 lots on Jackson Avenue or Jackson Road.
Well, but you would be crossing Stabler to get to your other building, to the new.
I won't be proud, yeah.
Okay, that's what was confusing, because I thought it was somewhere else, and so, okay, that's my only question, yeah.
It eliminates the challenge of having to go back out on Jackson Road. Do the.
Yeah,
U-turn
okay.
Back and around, so it's.
That's what it was. Great, okay, thank you, and I was trying to, picture it in my head, it just wasn't clicking, thank you.
Trustee Noel.
I had a couple questions, actually, they may be for Laura. I was reviewing our zoning ordinance 36-463, conditional rezoning of land. And I understand that the conditional rezoning must be voluntarily offered by the owner of the land within the township, et cetera. It goes on to state that all offers shall be in the form of a written agreement approvable by the township and property owner, incorporating the conditional rezoning site plan. Is that what we have in our packet? Is that the conditional rezoning site plan?
Yes, so there was a site plan attached to the conditional rezoning. The applicant has not indicated that any exterior improvements are going to be made as part of this rezoning. I would also note that the major auto repair, auto collision use does require a conditional use. So in addition to this conditional rezoning to I2, they also will have to come back to the Planning Commission and to the board for conditional use approval. In speaking with Mariah, we did prepare the ZOA ordinance language for your packet this evening. And after that's approved, we will also get the agreement, with the board. Mariah indicated we can do that after the fact, once the ordinance has been passed. We would put the conditional use or conditional rezoning agreement and have it recorded.
So Mariah reviewed all of these materials.
Yes, she did.
Okay, Kathy, can I clarify something you were asking about? Were you just stating that we need the written agreement prior to adopting the zoning ordinance?
It states in our zoning ordinance that this written agreement is to be approvable by the township. And that implies that it's during this time.
Approvable is the word in the ordinance?
Approvable by the township and property owner, incorporating the conditional rezoning site plan. That's why I asked her, is this the conditional rezoning site plan? And setting forth any conditions and terms mutually agreed upon by the parties relative to the land for which the conditional rezoning is sought. Now, if they're also going to be applying for a conditional use, doesn't that need to be set forth at this time?
I don't understand your question. The use would come
Okay.
after, the conditional use would come after the conditional rezoning. We do things incrementally. In speaking with Mariah regarding the agreement, she indicated to me that that can be done after the ordinance was approved. So the ordinance is in front of you tonight, and it outlines the conditions of the proposed rezoning that were offered by the applicant.
And I'll just note, I want to thank Laura and confirm with you that this zoning ordinance 2024-02 that's in our packet has been prepared by you and Mariah, correct?
Correct.
And where is the approvable agreement in the packet?
It is not.
Okay, you're saying it would not, it would be actually developed later
It
and
would be
then brought back to the board.
It would be developed from the approved ordinance that you have in front of you this evening. Yes.
Got it.
Trustee Noel, were you done with your questions?
Well, I'm still a little bit confused because this provision of the zoning ordinance appears to state that this has to be done together. I'll read it again. A conditional rezoning request must be voluntarily offered by an owner of land within the township. All offers must be made in writing and must provide the specific conditions to be considered by the township as a part of the rezoning request. All offers shall be in the form of a written agreement approvable by the township and property owner, incorporating the conditional rezoning site plan and setting forth any conditions and terms mutually agreed upon by the parties relative to the land for which the conditional rezoning is sought. And the conditional use would be a term relevant to this land. So I'm confused about this.
Well, it seems like we have the conditions that
On the application,
they're in the document, they're in the motion, and they're in the actual conditional use permit. So and they were proposed by the applicant. So if there's a further document, it sounds like, Laura, if there's some additional agreement, Mariah told you, our attorney told you that it could follow board action this evening.
Conditional
Correct.
use. The conditional use.
It's
But
a
does- Does
this
this
is a conditional
require?
rezoning. This is not a conditional use. I
I'm very
know that
clear
the
on
terms,
that.
the
I'm very
terms are,
clear on that.
the terms are confusing because we're going to talk about conditional use in a minute.
I
And
know.
this particular applicant will also need to come back before you for a conditional use. But right now we're talking about conditional rezoning. So yes, all of the voluntary conditions are laid out in that ordinance, that ZOA 2024-02. That is the official document, the official ordinance, if you will, that will be adopted by the township. Mariah and I will draft an agreement based on the adoption of that. Everything's there. You have the application with the voluntary, you have the voluntary conditions, you have the site plan. You're gonna have the ordinance once you approve it. And so all of that will be part of that, the agreement that we will ask the applicant to sign and the township, and then will be recorded.
Take a look at 36-463.
I'm telling you what Mariah and I talked about earlier today.
Okay,
Yes.
it says everything has to be incorporated in it, but okay.
Kathy, would you be more comfortable if you added a,
I have one,
Yeah.
like, I'm about to say all documents subject to review and approval by the township attorney and planning consultant, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with section 36-463 of the Scio Township Code of Ordinances.
2A.
Well, I was just gonna say the whole 36,
okay.
the whole.
Okay.
yeah, I
the whole
would suggest
text
you
box.
split it into to two motions for clarity, that we one, adopt this ordinance, because this is an ordinance that can't really have conditions. And then add on the second,
That's
very
fine.
thing is the second motion.
That's fine.
So is someone prepared to make the model motion? It sounds like.
Not a model motion, but two motions, yeah.
Well, a motion that's here in the agenda item, is someone prepared to make that motion? And then,
I am, and I can read it or I can refer to it by reference, but if you want me to read it, I will move that we adopt. I'm sure I got the right one. I want to do the other one. ZOA number 2024-02, Bursell conditional rezoning, allowing the rezoning of 160 North Stabler, parcel H-08-21-200-027 from IRP Industrial Research Park to I2 General Industrial, with the following conditions voluntarily offered by the applicant. 1, the rezoning is limited to only major vehicle repair facilities and vehicle collision repair facilities. 2, no impervious surface will be added to the site. 3, the site will only be used by employees.
someone seconding the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Riser, support by Palmer. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
And
ordinance adopted 6-0.
sorry, thank you. And trustee Riser, are you prepared to make a second motion?
I move that regarding ZOA number 2024-02, the Bursell conditional rezoning, that all documents are subject to review and approval by the township attorney and planning consultant. And 2, that the applicant shall otherwise comply with section 36-463 of the Scio Code of Ordinances.
Second? All right, so moved by Riser, support by Palmer.
And I would request that you submit that to me in writing if you have it noted.
I happen to have a legal pad.
Great, thank you. Okay, and we can go ahead with the roll.
Okay, let's do that.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion adopted 6-0.
Lawyers in their legal pants. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to the next item, which is item K3. This is the Honey Creek Business Park conditional use number 22002. Laura, do you want to introduce this as well?
Sure, this is a conditional use, not to be confused with conditional rezoning, for a mixed-use development at 5411 Jackson Road, which is actually fronting Zeeb in this case. The conditional use approval would allow for construction of a 74,555 square foot, 99 room hotel, a 13,500 square foot office building, 21,000 square feet of flex office light industrial, and 8,000 square foot multi-tenant retail building with a drive-through. The existing manufacturing building, the Malloy building at the front at Jackson Road, would remain, along with its existing site improvements. This particular development would be in the vacant southern portion of the site that's accessed from Zeeb Road. The site is currently zoned I-2 General Industrial and is located in the Jackson Road Overlay District. The Jackson Road Overlay District allows for mixed-use developments as either a conditional use or a planned unit development. The applicant originally submitted for conditional use approval in October of 2022. At that time, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and recommended conditional use approval at their October 24, 2022 meeting with 2 conditions. That the properties be combined, and that a height variance be obtained for the 4-story, 45-foot tall hotel building. Since that time, the applicant has revised their application a couple of times. And they recently received a variance from the ZBA for a 3-story, 36-foot tall hotel at the March 21st, 2024 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. Based on that, we now have the conditional use before you for this property. If and when conditional use is approved, then the applicant will submit a site plan to the Planning Commission. They have submitted a site plan that we've reviewed already for this site. But site plan items will come later. We really want to focus on the uses of the property at this time. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I know Mr. Steve Brower is there as well.
I do have some questions.
Before we proceed with questions, Mr. Brower, do you have an introductory comment you'd like to make?
Sure. Steve Brower with A.R. Brower. I represent RSB Equities, which owns the property, and McCall Companies who would like to build a hotel. Laura pretty well covered it. I mean, we've been on a path for 18 months to try to figure out a way to do this for the McCall Companies. The hotel is really the issue. The other uses are permitted under your ordinance. So we're just trying to figure out a way to meet the township's requirements and also provide a project to McCall that they thought made sense. So like I said, I think Laura's pretty much covered the issues, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Trustee Noel.
I have a couple questions. I know in the body of the intro page, Laura, there are some reports that were referred to. OHM and Carlisle Wortman reports were referenced on my page 263, but they weren't in our packet. And I would like to see those reports because your write-up references concerns in those reports. And at the ZBA, we never saw those reports. I don't remember seeing. So that is one question. That's a question for Laura, but I'm concerned that we don't have everything we need in the packet tonight to really make this decision because we don't have all of the information. I have some more comments, but
Do you want Laura to respond to them?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So I had a list, and you know that there's a very extensive list of attachments that were part of this this agenda item. Unfortunately, the OHM and Carlisle Wortman reports were left off. They were added earlier today, which I know is not enough time for review. And I can supply them to anyone that is interested. But they are part of the packet currently. That's the answer.
And I just want to know, Laura, I know you have improved. I want to note that our planning items, when we get to the board table, have improved a lot since you've taken over writing them up. I want to thank you for that. I do want to note though, when we don't have those, it is a little hard because I noticed, like in our attorney meeting this morning, I was like, hey, refreshing my memory about what are the 7 elements I'm supposed to assess a conditional use by? And they're in the memo, which we don't have. And so, Joyce, I don't know if you could kind of huddle up with Lauren, Fran, and whoever's involved in these planning items.
Yeah, Laura did provide a copy, I believe, once it was placed on the website. I can certainly make a copy for you to take with you.
Do you have a copy
I have
there?
a copy. I can make a copy for you.
But we weren't notified
Yeah.
of that. I mean,
No, I think it was just an oversight,
Yeah,
to be quite frank.
yeah, which happens. I mean,
and I'd like to see the OHM report and the Carlisle Wortman report too,
It's here.
and the memo. So that's 3 things.
what was the third thing?
The memo.
This is her memo. Yeah, that's Carla, that's OHM, that's,
And so the memo that you wrote, Laura, what is the date of that? Was that the memo that you shared with the planning commission, or was that a memo written specifically for us tonight? Kind of where was that memo? What's the date of that?
No, this would be the conditional use memo that
Okay.
I provided to Joyce, and then OHM also has a memo. They both are dated somewhere September, October 2022. Prior to this originally going to the planning commission. I think that's why they were left off,
Yeah,
because they
would
were
you-
from
you can ask Brandon.
2022.
Ask Brandon to do it.
Oh, yeah. Can you?
Volunteering you, Brandon. Thank you, Brandon.
yeah, I think it's just an oversight.
Yeah,
It makes us hard
I know.
for us to evaluate the issues if we don't have all of the information before the board meeting.
Well, and I can summarize some of my review. I know Matt Parks is
Yeah, that'd
here.
be
He might
great.
be able to provide something too. So as we look at conditional uses, typically we look at surrounding uses in their zoning. The surrounding uses in this case are primarily zoned C2. They are all part of the Jackson Road Overlay District. As I said, this particular property is zoned I2, which is a little out of place now that we have more commercial development in the Jackson Z corridor. The master plan does call for mix of commercial uses here. So all of the uses that are proposed are in line with the master plan. There are some wetlands on the site. We'll look at those more closely during site plan review. And there are sufficient essential facilities and services as far as utilities that are provided to this site. The standards that Jessica was talking about, the zoning ordinance identifies 6 standards that must be met in section 36-224, and it's number 1 through 6. I'm going to read them off for you. 1, that the use will be harmonious and in accordance with the objectives and regulations of this ordinance. We found that the proposed development is located in the Jackson and Z Road intersection, where various commercial, office, and industrial uses are already located. Secondly, will be compatible with the natural environment and existing and future land uses in the vicinity. The site has been planned and zoned for a mix of commercial and industrial development. The mix of uses proposed is less intense than the uses that may be considered under the existing underlying I2 heavy industrial zoning district. 3, that the proposed use will be served adequately by essential public facilities and services such as highways, streets, police and fire protection, drainage ways, refuse disposal, or that the persons or agencies responsible for the establishment of the proposed use shall be able to provide adequately any such service. We found the site is located within the township's water and sewer districts. The township engineer and utility director will conduct a thorough review of proposed utility connections and stormwater management measures during site plan review. 4, that the proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to the existing or future neighboring uses, persons, property, or the public welfare. The surrounding uses are zoned PUD, C4 composite commercial, and C2 general commercial. The proposed uses are not considered to be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing, and they would be in line what is currently existing. Number 5, that the proposed use will not create additional requirements of public cost for public facilities and services that will be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. We don't anticipate any additional public services at this site. And 6, will be compatible with the township's adopted master plan. And I noted earlier that the mix of uses is consistent with the township's master plan and future land use map.
And thank you, Laura. When you say it's compatible or consistent with the land use plan, and I think communities are moving toward like comprehensive plan instead of master plan, language wise. But when we talk about like a hotel, and the only experience I had with this was when we were considering the Goodrich PUD. We talked about the possibility of a hotel, and discussed a few aspects of a hotel, which are kind of, are of concern to me. Because they don't seem to offer as much benefit as some others. So, a hotel, it's going to use a lot of water. It's going to use a lot of resources, but mostly the water. And when we're looking at REUs, and we want to be prioritizing, businesses that create jobs, like some other aspects of this do. A lot of jobs, my understanding is hotels don't create that many jobs, and certainly not that many living wage jobs. And it's a lot of space that could otherwise be used for housing, could be used for a business that's maybe creating more employment opportunities. So Laura, where does, the creation of housing, the creation of good jobs, that's not spelled out in our zoning ordinance, is that articulated in our master plan?
Yes,
Creating good jobs?
Well, no, not necessarily jobs, but the master plan does talk about locations where particular uses should be located, right? And so the Jackson Road corridor and the Zeeb Road corridor are a huge part of the mixed use commercial future land use classification, where we want to see a mix of uses. We want to see some housing, higher density housing. We want to see concentration of other commercial uses. That's where the facilities are. So that's where we need to focus our primary development. So you're right. We need to make sure that the uses that we're allowing are in line with the goals of the township.
Right.
And as we see it, the mix of uses, it meets the criteria for the conditional use. The planning commission has recommended approval. So it's for you to decide further.
Was the planning commission unanimous that, what was the planning commission split on this conditional use? And what was the kind of, what did the proponents and dissenters say?
Hang on, I have to look it up because I don't remember yesterday, let alone 2022.
Okay, that's fine. Kathy has it handy.
I have a summary of
Thank you.
23 planning commission. It was tabled to give the applicants an opportunity to address concerns in the OHM and Carlisle Workman reports.
That was the wrong one, Kathy. In 2023, we looked at it as a planned unit development. We're looking at the October 24th, 2022 minutes, where the planning commission made a motion for, in the matter of CU 22002 Honey Creek Business Park, petition to establish a mixed use development. Based on the information received from the applicant and reflected in the minutes of this meeting, the planning commission finds that the site plan and related information received by the township on September 26, 2022 meets the required standards and findings for conditional use and recommends approval. And it lists the 6 things I just went over with you, 6 items. It was passed by a 3-2 vote. You can look up who voted yes and no, but it was a 3-2 motion.
Yeah, it's not super strong.
No.
Well, it passed. I mean, I think the concern is, if I remember correctly, was, about the drive-through, right?
Yes, that was one of the concerns. And that the applicant is proposing a drive-through restaurant. One of the planning commission members had concerns about pedestrian access and safety, given this drive-through. Also, there is no traffic study in my packet. I don't know if there's been one done, but the entrance and exit will be on Zeeb Road, very close to Jackson. This is a busy road. We've had numerous accidents at that intersection. We just had a bad one.
Yeah.
Very recently. And again, there's no traffic study, at least in my packet.
The applicant has a response.
Okay. I have concerns about the traffic issue because that could be detrimental and hazardous or disturbing to existing or future uses which pertain to conditions 4 and 5 that Laura went through. I think, as you know, I'm on the ZBA, and when the first application came through for a variance, it was denied. When the second one came through, it passed. But again, it was a 3-2 vote. And there was a lot of concern in the discussion about this. So this, there are issues here. During the ZBA discussion, I mentioned that the J-Rod group had been formed and was going to meet. That we would be dealing with zoning issues on the Jackson Road in the Jackson Road Overlay District. But the applicant wanted to continue with the process and they got their variance. But I wanted to give the Jackson Road Overlay District Committee time to do its work and time to apply some of the planning principles that we are talking about. Some of us on the ZBA were concerned that this could represent kind of piecemeal decision-making because the ZBA grants, a variance here, a variance there for provisions that are not allowed in our current zoning ordinance. And yet we're trying to resolve those issues with a group, but that's not going to happen if indeed these kinds of decisions get made. At the ZBA, we discussed that traffic issues were not in the ZBA's purview. And people at the ZBA said, well, the board will address the traffic issues. And I know we might hear from the applicant, well, that'll come later with the site plan.
Isn't it
But
typically when you
this
deal
is-
with traffic issues?
It can be right now. I mean, we don't have a traffic study.
Well, why don't we let the
Okay,
applicant
okay.
respond? There's a lot.
We have submitted the traffic study on multiple occasions. We have done 4 of them. It has been approved by the Washtenaw County Road Commission. There's a matter of discussion between the township and the road commission. This line right here represents a barrier in the middle of Zeeb Road, much like the one that exists on Saline Ann Arbor Road by the Target store to control or prohibit left in and left out turns. That's what the road commission is requesting or requiring, I guess I should say. Some of the township staff has issue with that, so we've been asked, and I have contacted the bank here, it's the bank building. So for whatever reason, when all this was developed, the traffic light was put here, even though this drive approach has been here for probably 50 years, but the decision was made to put it here. So we're talking with the bank to potentially get an access here, and then would have to be determined what happens with this one. But then this would be the in and out at the traffic light. But traffic study has been done, it has been reviewed. So that's where we are with the road commission.
And thank you, Steve. And apologies because not all of, we're just, we got all this information on
But I just
Thursday.
wanted to be
Yeah,
clear
the
that we had.
first time
done
we're
it and
talking about
submitted
this
it.
project. So Laura, talk to me about the traffic study. What has it been your review, Matt's review? What's your perspective on their plan?
So that really is a site plan issue, and so that's why it's not in your packet. We're here to
Okay.
talk about the conditional use. But yes, OHM and myself, we have looked at I don't do an in-depth review of the traffic study, but Matt is here. He can speak to his review. The staff has also with Joyce, met with the road commission, because yes, we do have concerns about access at this location. And we'd like to work with the applicant to work through some of those issues during site plan review. But that, again, that's kind of the next step. And I understand, it's the cart before the horse for some of this conversation, but you have to start, the way our process works is an incremental process. You do conditional use first, and then you do site plan. And that's the way the ordinance is written. And that's how we have to go through this. So, Matt, I'll let you talk about any technical.
And if I can just ask one thing on process, and then to you, Matt, the incremental process, but the CUP goes with the land forever.
It does. Those are the uses that would go with the land forever.
Forever a hotel. Okay, I just want to be clear. Matt, sorry.
No, you're okay. Good evening. So yeah, just to piggyback on what Laura said, we're really, when we're looking at it, is for essential utilities and services, traffic. But really, we're looking at the use and how the adjacent roads and can accommodate it. And we're talking about a five lane section of Zeeb, a boulevard along Jackson. Utilities, water services are available. But really, we get down into the nitty gritty during the site plan review. So at this point in time, we recommended approval. Our letter is a whopping 1.5-page letter, but it lists all the permits. It lists adequate water supply, sanitary sewer capacity. We haven't gotten into RUs because the site plan wasn't fully vetted yet with how many rooms and all that stuff. I know the conditional use speaks on some of that, but to answer the traffic study, Steve mentioned it perfectly. I mean, we've been talking about the right in, right out. I know the road commission's done several iterations, but really we see the safest, best route in and out at a signalized light. And that's really where the site plan is going to play a huge part, because we don't want people, being stuck that are not from the area, that are coming to this area, staying at a hotel. These are not local people probably using the hotel, they're out of towners. They're coming in, and then Google Maps is going to route them down Zeeb, and then they're going to find, a struggle to be able to turn left into the site. And when it's a right in, right out only, they're going to find that they're going to have to circle back around through the Leo's Coney Island or the Mancino's parking lot or whatever, and circle back around it, gain access. So we met with the road commission, and they're in agreement too, that really the signalized intersection where they can make a safe, directed, guided left turn in. And it's going to be a challenge because they don't, the applicant doesn't control the property, but we're asking them to do this legwork ahead of, site plan. We're going to be meeting with a staff review meeting later this week and talking about this, but I think, sounds like they're already starting this. But again, conditional use, we're evaluating the use of the property, and is it appropriate, and can the utilities that are there and existing serve this property? And the answer to that, in our opinion, is yes, absolutely. The devil's in the detail. And again, the board's got to make a decision based on that. We can't force them to do a more heavy lift on the traffic now, in my opinion. I think a lot of that needs to be thought out on how their site lays out, how they access a site in order to do an appropriate true study. So asking them to do that now ahead of getting this approval, I think is a little bit of a heavy lift. So
I agree, Matt. I mean, my major concern and why I'm not supportive of this CUP is, I mean, and there's much more I need to understand, but I do understand the hotel part. And in terms of, you know, utilizing that space for a hotel, that's going to bring, unless somebody can make the case, you know, hotels, I think Jan Culbertson said usually about 30% occupancy, very high water use, very intensive. It's going to use a lot of RUs, whatever that number is, but we talk about prioritizing those. A limited number of low wage jobs, a lot of water. I don't see what, I'm not compelled to, and correct me if where I'm wrong on any of that. But given that, I don't see any compelling reason to issue a conditional use permit for a hotel. I mean, those are my concerns about a hotel, truly, is just, you know, limited number of low wage jobs, an incredible amount of water use. And
I don't know if I'd go as far as saying an incredible amount of
Good.
water use.
Tell
I think
me, what is
I think high density residential is probably going to be your number one water user, or heavy industrial. This site actually already uses, with the existing building, has about 40, a little under 40 RUs for its site. So this board's approved a lot of sites with 0 RUs for future use. So just to be fair to the applicant, and just, I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding. I think hotels, yes, they do use water, but they also use water at different time periods as the rest of the public. They're peaking on weekends, not necessarily your Monday through Friday. And 30% occupancy is about right. So if you think about it, even if there's 122 rooms, that means your average normal day is like 30 rooms, and those are, you know, so again, just to put it into context, yes, it's a heavier water use than, say, an office building or an R&D facility that doesn't use water, but it's definitely a lot lower than, say, an apartment complex or some kind of multi-family complex. So, or an industrial user that uses heavy amounts of water, which you guys have those too. So I think it's an average water user.
An average, okay. So at what point in the process would we get that kind of assessment? And I appreciate we can't know the details, but sometimes like we're being asked to, you know, change the use of the land forever.
Yeah,
Right?
I think.
And so there's got to be some estimation of how many natural resources these uses take.
Yeah, site plan's the appropriate time. And I mean, really, there's more than just this being developed. This property's a puzzle piece to a much bigger property, right? So, I mean, site plan, to answer your question candidly, is when we would ask for an RU calculation. The board wouldn't be asked to act on it until detailed engineering or it was ready to go to construction, but the planning commission would review that. There's things that can be done that I think Scio's been pretty progressive on, and hotels have been a leader on making sure, you know, low water head devices and other water saving things, because A, it saves them money, B, you know, it's people are there for a day or two and they're out. So they're not necessarily looking to make the shower the most perfect part of their stay. But that would come fairly soon. I mean, we would ask for the use of Ann Arbor Table A, and we ask for those calculations to be put on their cover sheet of their site plan. So that's the very next step. That and the traffic study that Kathy was talking about, and everything comes pretty quickly. But in order for them to move forward, they probably want to know that they're designing a site that's an approved use. That's really where we're at tonight.
Right. And I guess, and I'll just say one more thing and then stop, just that, you know, I want some information, you know, on, you know, these concerns before I would approve this. I mean, tonight, we vote on this, I will vote no. If I had more information about my questions, and you just provided some on the spot, but I'm just wondering about our process here, when we're being asked to change the use of these lands to these particular uses. It's helpful to have some sense of,
So I guess,
it's like saying we have to approve this in order to find out what the impact on our community is gonna be.
Yeah,
And that's my concern.
But can
I'm
we,
wondering, given this is kind of an exceptionally complicated proposal, is it within the board's purview to request some of this information earlier than we would typically get it in the planning process, so that we could make an informed decision?
Otherwise, it just feels like we're taking a guess on if this is
Yeah.
gonna wind up being a good project or
And
not.
we need time to review some of these materials that we just got tonight. One other concern that was raised by several planning commission members was that they wanted more information on the potential businesses that were going to go into the
I
site,
was just
maybe.
gonna ask about that
Okay.
when it's my turn, but I'll
Okay.
wait. Joe yields like-
So I'm asking,
Trustee Riser,
No, she's got the floor.
well, but I
It's
was
okay.
trying to call on you and.
it's okay, he can go ahead.
So, I think this is an interesting idea because I regard Zeeb and Jackson is kind of downtown Scio and, I know that there's gonna be a lot of restaurants near there. There's gonna be the Park Road pathway someday. There's gonna be the Zeeb Road connector to the border to border. There's restaurants, Starbucks. There's the new Slim Chickens. There's gonna be new commerce there. And I have a question about, do you plan on having like conference and meeting facilities at this hotel and the restaurant?
I believe that will be part of their use, yes, they'll have those facilities on the first floor and, I understand the concern about hotels by themselves, right, do not generate a lot of additional employees, but.
So what else is gonna be there? Like, what's gonna be in the, what do you envision for the 13.5 office space and what do you envision for the 25,000 square foot multi-tenant building? Cause I know you also wanna put a nice restaurant there. So what kind of hub is that gonna be?
Well, the office would be just office like any other office building, in the township or Ann Arbor or Dexter or Chelsea, right? Just office use for, business. The multi-tenant flex building, that allows for multiple different kinds of uses. It has, usually office space in the front and potentially warehouse or some light manufacturing in the back. So, pardon me, well, the retail would be in the front building. So, which has the drive-through. So that would be the retail space.
Would this happen all at once or it might be phased?
Well, the expectation is that the hotel, the retail building and the flex building would probably go ahead. Immediately upon approval, the office building may or may not, that might follow a little bit behind, but the infrastructure for all of it would need to be put in at one time.
So I think you might get more support if you let us postpone this for a meeting and you provide us with the traffic study and any other background documents that would allow the board to make a better informed choice. That's my thinking right now. I'll yield to the will of this body.
Well, we haven't heard from everyone
Yeah.
on the board.
Do other comments from other members?
I'm in agreement. I would like to have more information. It's a large fictional use project and
I think that it seems like that's where we're headed, to postpone this until our next meeting, if that's possible to provide the additional information.
Okay, well, you have the traffic study, so what else would you like?
So someone in.
So, well, see that therein lies a potential issue when you say you have the traffic study. I don't know that everything that you provide to our consultants or along the way gets added to the board packet because It just doesn't always happen.
It was
So
explained earlier that they're
No,
not
no, I'm
providing
not-
that because it's not at site plan stage.
I'm not condemning anyone. I just
No, I
think,
understand
No,
that they've
he's saying why it was
they
kept out.
intentionally held it back because it's not ready.
We're saying we want it.
Yes, and
No.
now we're saying we want it as board. So,
yeah,
It's, so what I'm saying is, I understand they're following an order procedure and we're shifting that, okay, that's fine. I just need to understand what additional information you'd like to shift, to be able to make your
yeah, I don't
decision.
wanna do a bait and switch or,
I don't feel it's that at all. I just need to understand what you want to see so that you can make the decision that you're empowered to make.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see, I mean, I guess just, first to Matt and Laura, like all the kind of significant studies that the township has received, but again, I respect Laura, what you've been saying is, right, there's some things that shouldn't be, don't need, right, I guess
Haven't been.
considered, that are typically considered at the site plan stage, right, that haven't been considered here. Now, I think that we do need to follow our process. And so I don't know where the line is between, things we don't need to consider and things we do need to consider at this stage. What I'm interested in is, the impact on, jobs, on use of water are my questions. And I know those are estimates, Matt and Laura, when you're like looking at a hotel or flex office light industrial or multi-tenant retail building. But if those are some of the criteria for making a decision on a CUP, we need some data to kind of inform that. So I don't know if you've done it differently in other communities or if you have some kind of generic, estimates you use when you're talking about these conditional uses.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable information that we can provide, knowing that we're gonna be estimating,
Yes.
some, and inferring some of that information. I do want to make clear though, OHM and Carlisle Wortman have reviewed this project extensively. We have reviewed it as a conditional land use. We have reviewed 2 different variances. We have reviewed it as a planned unit development preliminarily, even though it went to planning commission. It did go, I don't know. I don't think it went to planning commission. It didn't go anywhere. So, we've looked at this and know the components of the site. We know the issues that the applicant is going to face during site plan review. So I don't want this body to think that we haven't done our homework. Some of the information was left off purposely because this is a conditional use, but we are both very familiar with the site and this proposal. So.
Well, and then maybe
So
we just need to
can I
spend more
just-
time talking to you two.
Well, can I just say, Laura, for many of us, this is the first time we're seeing this. And you and Matt may be very familiar. That's good, that's helpful. But we're the decision-making body. We are supposed to ask questions. We're supposed to use our critical thinking skills. And there certainly are some issues here and questions.
I'm not debating that with you, Kathy. I agree that you need more information. That's fine. I just want to make it clear that someone stated that, maybe we haven't done maybe we need to do more. And
No,
I
no,
just
no,
wanted to let
the
you
board,
know
the board.
that we,
Yeah.
OHM and Carlisle Wortman are very familiar with this project. So.
Right.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, after we've met with this group multiple times, planning commission's seen it, the debates and discussions have happened and they're in the minutes.
Oh,
And
I
so
know.
I know you're
Saw.
saying this is the first time you haven't seen it, but it's available. So maybe a meeting would be good, Kathy. And we've talked about this in our development team meeting and this you've been in those meetings. So,
But not in this detail.
okay.
So I guess my question on the PUD exploration, kind of, how far did that get and what were the challenges from the township staff's perspective? Why didn't that pan out from the township staff perspective?
So a lot of and I'll let Matt chime in too. We have a lot of the same issues in our site plan review that we did in the PUD review, as far as site improvements, access, those types of things. The reason that the PUD really didn't have legs is we wanted to see the full, a PUD that was comprehensive to the whole site, including the industrial building
Right.
that's going to be taken down. And, you know, the applicant's there, he can discuss that with you. They just weren't ready, to do a more comprehensive plan. And so they reverted back to the conditional use application.
Yeah, I would say access management and just accessing the site via Jackson and Zeeb has been kind of the number one concern, kind of how the overall site lays out. And to be frank and brutally honest, the water and sewer, yes, it's every site is concerned, not on water, but for sewer. But this is the heart, the core. Trustee Reiser called it, you know, the downtown of Scio or whatever, but this is feet away from the sanitary sewer pump station and surrounded by a monster loop of water main. So really, if you're looking at increasing and intensifying density, this is where you want it. So
Right.
really, from a standpoint of water usage and sewer, this far is better than the far western side or the far southern side of your water and sewer district. This is kind of where you want it. So obviously REUs are precious and things that need to be considered. And we have Ann Arbor's Table A, and we provided a calculation on our report that I know you're just seeing tonight. But it is TBD, but that's very simple for us to craft up. For example, like the Goodrich letter that we did, that one was a little strange too, in that we had multiple uses to consider, but we gave like kind of a summary of low, medium, high intensity with water. We can start adding that to conditional use reports if it's beneficial for this body to see that.
Yeah.
But all in all, I really kind of wait for square footage of buildings to be kind of locked in. So I can give you an actual, it's still theoretical, but it's an actual. This would be a range still. And I mean, it could change. So I have a hard time putting any numbers down because I don't want this body to really worry about that as much as does the use fit with the surrounding properties? That's
Right.
really what this board should be thinking about. You know, all the jobs and all the other stuff really should be reflected in how you master plan.
Right,
And
and
if it
that's
fits
my
the
concern
use,
with
then
the
it
use
fits the
of a
use.
hotel in kind of a prime location that's got good water and sewer. We want density. I'm just,
Yeah.
for one, see much more the need for something like housing than I do for a hotel. It's a great site to be developed. I understand there'll be multiple aspects to it, but that's my concern. We only have so many locations along Jackson where we're gonna be able to put in some dense developments and, we have a need for housing.
So it's less, and I've been listening carefully to everything that everyone said, and it seems like it's less of, in some ways, we want more information, but it seems like in some ways what we want is a different proposal. We want a different,
That's what I want.
you want a different
I
use.
don't
And
think-
I don't know that the applicant is gonna be able to go away and come back in, 3 weeks with
Agreed.
a good answer to that issue.
I
mean,
agree, Will.
more information is possible, but a different use, I mean, that's going back to the drawing board.
Yeah, for me, I hear you on additional information and stuff, but for me, as I stated, my concern is the proposed conditional use before us tonight. And so that's why I wouldn't be supporting this proposal.
Do we
tonight.
want to take a vote tonight?
Well, it's,
And then potentially could come, I don't know what the possibilities are for the applicant, but I don't think, I want to confirm first, Laura, that if we were to take a vote on this and vote this down, that wouldn't preclude the applicant from coming back with additional proposed conditional use.
No, it would have to be a different, I believe it'd have to be a different proposal with different mix of uses.
Right. Okay.
so we have, it seems, no one's made a motion, but it seems like we have the possibility to either postpone this and allow the applicant to come back, or to take a vote on the motion as it stands.
I'll make a motion to deny, oh, sorry.
Trustee Reiser.
She was saying something.
Well, I know, but I was calling on trustee Reiser, who was also speaking.
I also, I mean, I don't mind, the only question I can have, whether it's after her motion before, is like, maybe the applicant has some preference as to whether he wants us to take a motion or he wants to withdraw and think about it, or I don't know.
I don't know if can it be withdrawn?
He can
don't
request it
think
to be
so.
withdrawn. Yes.
But what's your preference?
I think I would prefer you just make a decision, and then I can report back to people that are involved and see where it goes.
All right, please proceed. Clerk.
Sure, a motion to deny conditional use permit 22002.
I'll support.
Okay, so we have a motion by Flintoff, support by Knoll. The motion is to deny CU number 22002 Honey Creek Business Park conditional use as proposed.
Yep, as proposed.
So please, unless there's further discussion, please call the roll.
Hathaway,
So the motion is to
To
deny. I will vote no.
Palmer,
I'm gonna vote no too.
Flintoff, yes. Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
I'm gonna vote yes as well.
motion passes 4-2. Thank you, Steve.
I'd like to make a comment again like I did before. We're done with the action. I would never buy a home or rent a home or anything in that location. And I don't think a lot of other people would either. So I think a hotel, motel, whatever might be the best. Who wants to live in the middle of the center of
Well, we do.
Downtown Scio.
Well, we do have complaints from people in some of the residential near
With the
some of the
city.
other commercial, yeah, right. So I see your point, Treasurer Palmer. All right, let's move on with our agenda. We have a lot of other items on it. K4 is possible action, approval of roof replacement for township-owned property located in the southwest corner. Is it southwest corner?
It's northwest.
Northwest, sorry, that was a typo. Northwest corner of Wagner and Scio Churchville. Oh, I haven't been invited.
Jessica, you had a presentation share.
Oh, apologies, Lee.
I was just gonna help them join.
Yeah, Lee, I'm just.
I'm fearing the technical glitches.
So.
Okay. Get good support back here.
Yeah, there you go. So it's gonna.
One thing we're good
at. Second, you'll circle for a second there.
Okay.
Thank you, Ryan, for your help. There you go. You can share your screen now, Lee.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
And it'll share with people at home as well.
Click on that little square up there, you see?
I'm with you, okay, I'm
You'll
good.
make that bigger. You should be able to go down where it says share screen down there.
Your screen, I like it.
And then you can just hit it, yeah, it's not a whole screen, just a share. And then you can pull up, there you go.
So then I can do that.
Yeah, there you go. Then you might wanna zoom in on that, cause yeah, there you go.
Hey, all right. Are we live?
We're live.
Okay, you look behind you, you can see your presentation.
Yeah, sorry.
You can't see me.
Oh, now we can see both. Okay, there you go.
Well, good late evening, board. My name is Lee Hollander, and I am the president of the Friends of the Scio Barn. And I've met and spoke with some of you before, but I have not met with all. So I want to go through a little bit of background at the risk of being a little redundant, but for those here and those online, kind of want to bring you up to speed on how we got to where we are now and give you an appreciation of what our organization does. So real quick, here's our members. We currently have 6 members that participate in the Friends of the Scio Barn. This is the barn. We're quite proud of the way it looks. It's a beauty. We've worked hard over the past 20 some odd years to keep it looking good. And I did correct, it is at the northwest corner. That was a typo. I apologize for that. What I want to highlight here is how long we've been involved with this barn.
our involvement actually predates Scio Township's ownership of the property. Our founding member, Nathan Bear, actually made an agreement with the original landowner to secure the barn in exchange for using it for storage. And that agreement has continued on since Scio took possession of that property. So now that we understand that, not gonna go through every line item on this, but we've done a lot of work over the years. It's an old barn. It was built in the 30s. It's out to the weather every single day. We've painted it. We've done structural repairs. We've installed gutters. This beautiful stone on that front corner there, we re-tuck pointed. Those stones were falling out at a point in time. And a little bit of historic value there. We believe those stones are part of the original barn that burnt down on that site prior to this barn being built. So again, working hard to preserve the integrity of the structure.
So so there was another barn there before 1930?
That's my understanding, yes. And my understanding is that that wall, the rest of the foundation is a poured concrete, relatively modern looking for 1930 construction, but that clearly is a custom stone wall, which we're pretty sure predates the structure above it. So they probably burned it down or it burned down. I heard a rumor the farmer died, but that's a whole other folklore, but sometimes we hear them at night if we're there. Back in 2012, we got the Barn of the Year award from the Michigan Barn Preservation Network. So just a little highlight, we're proud of that. Let's move on to what our mission is, what we do, and the value proposition that we offer. Our mission, we're a group of barn enthusiasts dedicated to preserving the structure. We provide labor and materials, a lot of labor, in exchange for using the barn for storage. Tenant responsibilities, basically we keep the site looking good, and we do. I feel we go above and beyond making a fair amount of significant structural, in addition to just mowing the lawn, we do a bit of structural and kind of work like that. So let's talk, because everyone likes value. Let's talk about our value proposition. We maintain and preserve an iconic structure at zero cost up until this point in time to the township. Let me say that again. We have not asked for a dime to maintain this barn in the last 20 years, okay? So to that end, I prepared a summary. I keep track as the president, I guess, and treasurer of what we spend and what items we do each year. So I took that all the way back to 2006, which is when I began involvement. There were actually things that were done prior to that by our group. And if you add up all the labor and materials and work that we've done, it's approaching $73,000. So that's $73,000 of cost that is offset or the township did not have to bear because of our work. So at the risk of overstating this, I want to emphasize the value that we provide. Because I know there's gonna be people that say, well, why are these guys getting this barn for free? This is why we do what we do, and this is why we feel it's a good value for you as well as ourselves.
And Lee, does that 73,000 include the sweat equity?
Yes, I put in a $40 an hour wage rate. So that's, fully accounted. So that's our labor, all our tools, all our equipment. So Scio Township has no equipment, no lawnmowers, nothing at that part. It's all stuff that we pay for and maintain. So that was my swag at a rate like that. So we have a kind of a small budget, lots of sweat equity, not much talk. So just to that end, give you an appreciation, this is us painting the barn this past fall. So we have lift equipment, we have sprayers, we have, multiple team members on site. This was probably a 10-hour day, and we only did 2 sides. We're gonna do the other 2 sides this summer sometime, weather warms up a little bit. So just checking to make sure you're seeing what I'm seeing. Let's move on to the roof, because that's why we're here. The original barn roof, as roofs were done back then, is wood shakes. And sometime in the, I guess, 2000 timeframe, a asphalt roof was applied over that. Give me one sec here. That roof has reached the end of its useful life. It has multiple leaks. The shingles are very brittle. They're cracking. They regularly get blown off when it's windy. And in part, that's because that roof structure does not have the underlayment to retain nails. It has what I call batten boards. And you can see that's the underside. So basically, when you nail a shingle to that, you got about a 50-50 chance that you're either gonna hit wood or basically air. So nails don't hold up well for that. So there's really no debate that the current roof that's on there, we've actually paid for multiple professional repairs to it. It's done. It's at the end of its life. And this is just showing a little bit of where water has come in. The bottom line with a roof is if you don't protect and keep the roof up, the structure itself is gonna deteriorate. There's no magic there. If you don't take care of the roof, the rest just goes. So here's quotes that we obtained. Basically, there's kind of 3 different approaches. One is asphalt shingles, 2 is metal roofing, and 3 is what I'm gonna call purlins, where you do a roof over the roof, which I'll get to that in a second. Both the shingles and the metal roofing would require a full tear off. So that means the asphalt shingles that are up there now and the original wood roofing material has to come off, basically down to those batten boards. So those would stay. Everything that's on top of that goes. Lots of mess, lots of waste, lots of expense. If you had unlimited funds, sure, great approach. That would be starting from scratch. By the way, after you remove all that, you got to put plywood OSB to cover the entire roof. Then you put underlayment, and then you put your roofing material of choice, either asphalt or a steel roof. So basically for asphalt, we got 2 quotes. They happen to be almost line on line, call it 40,000 with some rounding. Metal roofing is a bit more expensive. It's the materials are more, the labor is more, it's just more. So metal roofing, that might be a little bit high. Perhaps you could knock 10 grand off of that. But given the high cost, we didn't put a whole lot of effort into pursuing that because we didn't think that would be a viable option.
You mean a tear off? Metal's a tear off.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't think anyone would be a fan of a $60,000 roofing job. I mean, part of this comes down to you want to do a job that's kind of in concert with the rest of the structure. So, you know, if you have an old car, you don't put a 3,000 set of, tires on it. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Barn's in great shape. It's structurally sound, but it's not a pristine area. Are you guys familiar with the barn that's roughly across Wagner and about a quarter mile down? It's on that WISD kind of campus. Yeah. So that barn, they spent, I'm gonna estimate $200,000 to $300,000 on it. It has the premium metal roof. It's got metal siding. They redid the doors. So like, you might look at that and say, hey, let's do that. But that's not a cheap alternative. Someone spent a lot of money doing that.
When you were kind of doing this analysis and consideration, how did you consider whatever historical value or maintaining that kind of historical characteristic of the barn?
I guess historical to me is kind of a gray area.
It is very gray.
We could do some research for sure on what type of roofing material. I mean, if you think about it, asphalt, anything isn't historical, right? Because in my mind, if you want to be historical, you'd put wood shingles back on it. And no one's gonna do that. That's ridiculous in this day and age. So is there a historical difference between asphalt and steel? I'm gonna say no. Again, I think given the structure and what we're working with, the prime objective is to protect that, so it's gonna be good for the next 30 or 40 years. Historical, I don't know that there's an easy answer for that. So the final method, which I think is a cost effective and is gonna be ultimately what we recommend, is something called purlins. And let me show you what that looks like. Basically, you leave the existing roof in place, okay? So you don't have to have the expense and the mess of tearing it off and redecking it with plywood. You apply 2x4s every 2 feet horizontally up and down the roof. And then you apply a metal roofing panel that's screwed into the 2x4s. So it's sturdy. It's pretty common for this type of structure because no one wants to spend, $60,000. One of the guys said, $60,000, that's what I'm pricing out to build a whole new pole barn. Again, a pole barn is not a historic barn, but just like if a person was just looking for storage square footage, a $60,000 roof would not be a good value. You would, I hate to say it, you would tear it down and build a pole barn with modern materials. So I believe that purlins with metal roofing is an economical and practical solution. We have 2 different quotes for that. The lower one came in at 19,000. That's actually the pictures that you see. That's this company. It's called Parisian Home Improvement. We have another quote that was a little bit higher. Certainly we could obtain, if we liked this method, certainly we could obtain more quotes. I don't think you're gonna get anything lower than that 19,000. I'm guessing they'll be in the 19 to 30 kind of range.
Resident that there were some bad reviews about Parisian Home Improvements. What do you know about the quality of their work?
I saw that letter. I was surprised by that. If that is a potential issue, we could do a couple things. One, we could arrange a site visit to some of their work and actually look at it and even talk to the property owners and see if they're indeed happy with the work that they did.
I would just, want at least a call from, 1 or 2 people who maybe had the work done. Work done by them just to make sure they're happy.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Certainly reasonable. And like I said, there's other folks that are willing to do the same type of work. We could find them if we determine that this contractor is not fit for the job. But at this point, I don't have any reason to believe that. But I agree, a little bit of homework would be valuable. So I pretty much talked about this. I just try to lay out some of the pros and cons, and I can make, actually, all these slides are excerpts from the 2 previous presentations that are online. So there's nothing new in here, but I can make this specific presentation available. Yeah, basically asphalt or the metal roofing with the full tear off, a lot of mess, a lot of expense, big job. I really think the metal roofing applied to purlins is kind of the best value and gets us the protection and longevity that we're looking for. So yeah, that's our recommendation. Metal roofing with the purlins. It's, like I said, this is not a new invention. This is very common for barns like this. Parisian Home Improvement, we can certainly do a little research on them and make sure that, majority, whenever you look at reviews, there's always going to be someone on there that says they're terrible. If you start seeing a pattern, that's concerning, but we can absolutely do some research and make sure their customers are happy. And we are recommending that about a $5,000 contingency be added to that. We're not striving to use the entire amount, but to go in there and just say it's going to be 19 exact you're always gonna find a rotted board, something you didn't expect. I mean, it's a big job. And then there was just a comment, I talked to Joyce at a previous meeting, and we were concerned that, you know, to make sure there was insurance that should a tree fall on it, that we don't spend this money and all of a sudden the roof is damaged and we're out of luck. So that is my presentation. So thank you all for your time and consideration, and open it up to any further questions.
Other questions from the board?
I have some.
Trustee Carey.
Did you say that you've been renting or taking care of the barn for 20 years?
Correct.
And you've spent how much?
73,000.
73 or 70?
Yeah, I apologize, this slide is not super, I have a better, it's actually on the, I believe it's on the website, but yes. The grand total from 2006 is $72,000.
This is.
Oh, 73.
Well, I know, but I'm saying it out loud.
Well, I know, but he's trying to help us to see it. I'm just saying, we have a copy of this that's easier to
And you
see.
said 20 years.
Yeah.
So that equals over 20 years, $3,600 a year for rent divided by 12 equals $300 a month. And what are you storing there?
There is lumber, we have some avid woodworkers. There's several vehicles, nothing that I would consider like super exotic. What else is there? I store my boat there in the winter. Obviously the equipment that we use to maintain the tractor, the lawnmowers, things like that. You know, miscellaneous stuff, like the things that you can't fit in your garage, like
Well,
pressure washers and all that, but
and I mean, when you load and unload equipment, do you typically enter on Scio Church there or on Wagner?
always on Wagner. That's the only
Okay.
approach there is.
Yeah.
That's,
You can't, it's too steep to come down from South Church.
I'm gonna try.
Yes, I remember.
I wasn't finished.
Okay, proceed.
So I just took a class with MTA, I'm taking classes all the time for the past year, every month, and it was the public use of township facilities. Now, this isn't so much about you and what you've been doing, but it's about the township. And it is, we just cannot, we can rent, let's say, our hall here, but we have to have it open to everybody because it's paid for by taxpayers. So we can have rules and we're gonna, let's say $100 per rental. We have to make it fair for everybody. Well, we have this barn that is being utilized and there's things that are being stored there. So we can do that. However, it has to be fair market value or more.
Okay.
Because it's taxpayer. So I just did, that's why I was doing the math. So it equals out to $300 a month. Have we looked at what the fair market value would be to rent a barn?
No.
Okay, we need to do that.
They
Because,
saved the barn.
well,
That
yeah,
was the
but-
initial
yes,
intent.
yes, back then, but you're asking us to spend $24,000 on a roof when actually we're giving you a pretty good deal. I'm assuming because we haven't done the research on the rental.
You can make that argument, sure.
So
I think we need to do a little bit of research.
yeah, I mean, I think you raise an important point. It's one I was gonna raise, and I had a chance to meet with Lee earlier in the year. And, approved the renewal, when was it, of the lease?
2020.
2020.
Yep.
Early Zoom,
on
when it was new,
COVID,
yes.
yeah.
And the lease expires in May of 25.
Correct.
But I remember in 2020, and I'll say, and I said when we met in the small group and also tonight, that I think, there's kind of two parts of this. There's what has worked really well, up until now, and I support the roof, and I appreciate all the work that you've done to bring the proposal. You included us in the budget for this reason. I think we need to do the roof. But I do think that over the next year, and we need to start looking at potentially different uses for this that kind of, I don't know, increase the public benefit to Scio Township. So I think there's kind of, it's sort of like the growing up of Scio Township. You know, we just did this with a 7970 West Liberty, a house. We've gotten from a, you know, complicated legal dispute, was able to get it into a historic district and sell it. I think with a barn like this, that there is, you have been, I want to say, Lee, like you and your, you know, team have been incredible stewards of this historic barn and have done it to a degree that the township on its own just would never have been able to do it, right? It wouldn't, as Donna said, you were able to
Well,
save.
thank you. I
the barn.
appreciate that because that's the
You were
way they
able
feel.
to save the barn. It is in the current state it is, and it is the asset that it is, you know, because of your hard work.
Yes.
And so, you know, I think we need to do the roof. I also think, you know, and I have a potential motion after we talk about, take the roof issue if we could, about starting to explore, you know, potential uses, you know, after next year to kind of look at how we can increase the public benefit. Because I don't think that necessarily a continuation of the lease is necessarily the best option for the township. We have other potential uses. We have, you know, utility equipment sitting outside here that needs storage. You know, we have some evolving needs. So I do wanna, you know, over time and in consultation, you know, look kind of across the township and see where we can kind of maximize the use of this. And I'm not proposing anything tonight. I'm not proposing anything that would take effect before May 2025, but would like to, I have a motion I'd like to make to at least start that exploration.
Okay.
Might be a shorter lease term. If the lease was renewed, it might be for a shorter term with that goal of doing something else.
Yeah, I'm just, I don't know what it would be. We need to do the research. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I make a couple
Of
of
course.
comments or?
Go ahead.
In terms of being equitable, we would be amenable to bringing on new members that were from Scio Township, with the caveat of, you know, there's only so much space, so we, you know, we can't bring on 15 new members. There's currently only 6 of us. And 2, all of us are pretty skilled and handy. So, I mean, it's not like a Habitat for Humanity where you get people that have never held a hammer before. I mean, people that would potentially want to participate would need to be comfortable with tools, a chainsaw, driving a lawn tractor, you know, things of that nature. So just kind of throwing that out there. And I guess my second offer is if it would extend our longevity in the barn, we would be willing to absorb a portion of the roof cost. So I'm throwing that out. And that ties into your comment about market value and
Yes,
these
and
kinds of things.
Yes, thank you. And I would like to, actually, I would prefer to table this so we can do a market value, because if we, I mean, $300 a month for 20 years is, I think that's a pretty good deal, but I don't know yet. But if we could table it, get the fair market value, and then we could figure out, you know, maybe half the cost or all the costs, and that would, because again, you know, even if we continue the lease, the benefit to the public would be the fair market value of the rental of the barn. And if that means that the cost of the roof is included in that, I mean, now to make sure it's fair value, but we don't know the fair value.
Well, I mean,
And you're not gonna do once the plans for the roof would probably be this summer sometime.
Yes, I mean, arguably it's 5 years overdue. We've been kind of,
Well, except the value of the I mean, the property belongs to the township.
Right.
So if we make this improvement to it, that is
Well,
something
yes,
that we have.
We have a small group that is utilizing the barn compared to what the taxpayers are paying for this. And that was the whole conversation of this public use. So we've got to make sure that we're accountable to taxpayers.
Yeah.
I understand.
I-
I think you made a very good point, trustee Carey. I think we don't want to lose, I hope we don't lose track of the fact that this is a township capital investment in a sense.
Mhm.
And that at the end of the lease, you know, that could be the end of the relationship for this particular
Yeah.
group. So to call on them to make a huge investment at this point, I think is a little problematic, but
Oh.
I think you're right, we should do a study, we should gather more information about market value, we should look at that, and we should also look at what the township wants to do with this property, whether it wants to retain it or sell it,
Sell
or
it.
whatever.
I mean,
But that's a separate discussion.
well, Jillian, I guess I want to say, I concur with your concerns entirely. This is just, I think this is one of these things that it's a unique relationship. I do want to acknowledge that they saved the barn, okay? And I think that that's different. I mean, do I think that this is the most public benefit to Scio Township, the current arrangement we have? I don't. And that's why I want to propose that we look at something different other than, and I know Lee, you talked about the possibility of, you know, membership in the Friends, but I do want to look at, you know, something beyond that. I want to look at, you know, the possibilities, you know, should the township, you know, sell the barn to another group, you know, so that, you know, it's no longer a township asset. Should the township gift it to, you know, can Washington Intermediate School District use it? Should the township use it for our own equipment that's gonna sit out there in the rain and snow when we need a space? Should the township, is there something more creative, a creative township use? But I agree, Jillian, that currently as it stands, this arrangement is not providing the level of public benefit that it should for a township-owned property. And that's why I want to look at alternatives.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but for right now, we're talking about the roof and potentially $24,000 that taxpayers will be paying for when potentially, because we don't know, that we haven't been renting at a fair market value.
Well, I think like 7970 West Liberty, when we were renting for, I think
Well,
we
that's
did, we
in the
didn't collect rent for 5, 6. Well, this is also in the past. And what I'm saying is, you know, the roof is our roof. And I think regardless of, you know, what we want to do with it, if we want to continue the relationship with the Friends or not, I do think the roof needs to be replaced. I think that there's a question about, you know, who pays for it is not really, unfortunately, Jillian, I wish we didn't have this cost, but we do because it's our roof.
Well, it also states in the agreement
You
that
know?
they would be taking care of the barn.
And they have.
Yeah, so
have.
So
If
they
we have a
saved the
barn,
that barn would have been burned down.
it's not the
by now.
point. The point
Thank you.
is.
It would have been.
Well,
so Jillian,
okay, never mind.
Jillian,
I'm just gonna vote no. Let's
Jillian,
just move on.
could I ask, Lee, could I ask you to talk a little bit about the what work you did? Because in our small group conversation, because I confronted you with a similar question to what Jillian had, is like, hey, you know, what maintenance can you do and what can't you do? You've been able to do $73,000 worth of work. Why can't you do the roof yourself? Why is that beyond what you can do?
Well, let me first highlight what we have done. And I do mean highlight, because I don't want to bore you with every little thing. Let me give you an example. When we were painting the barn, this past fall, a guy came up. We always get people drive up. They're like, hey, you guys are painting the barn? You know, you want to come paint my barn? And I'm like, no, that's not really what we do. And he says, well, how much would you charge? And I said, 20 grand to paint your barn. He said, yeah, that sounds about right. So we've painted it now twice, actually 3 times, because Nathan painted it back in, I don't know, 2003 or something, with a roller. He painted with a roller. Okay, so I mean, I totally understand your concern and the financial analysis. I mean, I could have pumped that up to, but I tried to keep it what I thought was reasonable, but I mean, right there, you know, that's $40,000 worth of painting potentially. We've done structural repairs, we've rebuilt the doors, we've rebuilt, there was a rotted sill on the foundation, tuck pointed, and to be honest, I don't say I'm ignorant, but I don't know what the fair market value of it. I mean, you guys gotten work done in your homes recently? It's
Yeah, and
pretty expensive.
It's not even prime storage space, right?
It's not, there's no power.
Don't know. See, that's the.
Yeah, there's no power, there's no sewer.
The dirt floor.
It's a rough space. It's not heated, obviously.
Right.
There's bats. We have to, I mean, not to be gross, but we have to, anything that you care about, you have to tarp because the bat poop will stain the guano, thank you, will stain. So you might see it, be like, wow, this is prime storage area. Well, it is, but it's not. So it certainly has a fair market value. I mean, and let me just conclude with this. We very much want to stay there for the long term. So anything, I'll say anything. We are very willing to do steps that it would take to facilitate and keep this relationship going. I'll leave it at that. So we're not anywhere drawing a line saying that we will not pay for a single dime. I mean, that's not where we're at. We want to keep the arrangement going. We take a lot of pride in what we do. We get value from it. The township, I believe, gets value from it. And we're very willing to make it work for everyone.
So that's good to know. I think, in the interest of our agenda, I think the conversation about the future of the barn and the future of the relationship of your group to the barn and whether the township wants to continue to own the barn, all of these questions are for another day. I think the question before us this evening is the roof. And I would support this motion, or if someone wanted to tinker with it a little bit, that's okay too, but I think we should approve roofing the barn so that the barn continues to exist.
And if I could, I want to acknowledge Brandon has had his hand up and.
Oh.
No, I'm not technically.
No, I'm curious about what's your comment?
The third option, and I liked it. The only thing that I was a little worried about, and it'd be nice to get a better picture of it, was the screw placement. It didn't seem that it was on the ridge of where the two metal sheets came together. It seemed that it was more or less where all the snow and water would be directed, which would cause more of a leak issue with all the screws that would be in there. And so I was.
This picture there?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see that they're not placing the screws on the main grid. They're putting it right where the water can flow. So I think if you had a true metal roof, you'd see that all the screws are above where the water would be flowing. So each one of these screws over time is gonna be a potential leak area. And I understand that you got another roof underneath there, but that was my concern.
Yeah, I guess I would respond to that in that one, there's special screws that have a rubber grommet.
They do
that's used.
break down over time. And
I'm sure they will break down over time. I mean, they call it a 40-year roof. The second is those ribs are structural. So if you try to screw into that, you're gonna crush it. It's not gonna take
I understand what you're saying
screw,
for these
yeah.
ones, but I think on a true metal roof, you'll see that most of them are actually on that ridge line.
I mean, they have a hidden fastener one that's more exotic where the screws go in and then they snap another panel over, but that
was my only
Yeah.
concern. I'm not saying that anything else.
I totally understand. I guess all I can say is that's a very common approach and
yeah.
They tell me where, I mean, Menard sells that kind of roofing in lots of places, so yeah.
I have a couple ideas for moving forward.
Please, go right ahead.
I mean, I wonder if we might not, ask it. It looks like there's a couple of pieces of information we want to get on at least the roof piece, and I'm wondering if we might want to have Brandon or Kevin, you know, look at the barn, look more closely at the roof option that's being presented if they haven't weighed in on it already, Joyce. And also maybe get that reference call into the recommended company. And then return to the board in 2 weeks at our next regular meeting on the 14th.
Well, if we're gonna do that, then we could do
Regarding,
research on fair market value. Because he said that they could contribute money
yeah,
to the roof.
yeah, so I was gonna have two points, but one would be like on a recommendation to have, you know, if there'd be more assurance to have Brandon or Kevin, now since they are here at the township and have some expertise, you know, review. Lee, if you'd be so kind to get that reference and come back with a specific recommendation for the township to redo the roof. And then the second point, Jillian, is I think around how we fund this. And I do, you know, Joyce, I know we got the email from Pat Stein. You know, I don't know the answer to this. I think the answer is probably no, but we should do our due diligence just to make sure there's no other, you know, funds, you know, if there are any, you know, funds that can be used besides general fund. I think the answer is no. But do you have any comment on that?
I haven't reviewed her comments. I'd like to look at them.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can get back with you.
Okay, that'd be great. So also maybe do some due diligence on if there's any other appropriate funding sources besides our general fund. And that might be whether it's you know, another source of funding. My kind of concern or question, Jillian, with asking for more of a contribution from Friends of the Scio Barn is I'm not sure, and this goes to the third point, which is a bigger discussion. I'm not sure if it's in Scio's, if it creates the most public good to continue the relationship with Friends of Scio Barn. Okay, so that's the bigger conversation. If we were certain that we were going to create the most public benefit for the residents of Scio by continuing this relationship, then I would feel more integrity in asking for a contribution. That if we wanted this to be an ongoing storage space for people, I just don't think that's the greatest public good. that we could
Jessica,
get.
that is not my point. The point is if we've been renting for $300 a month and it's supposed to, the fair market value is, let's say, 400, you know, over 20 years, then that's where I'm coming from. So that's the public value, the fair value for the public.
To date, to kind of make up if there's a gap there.
Yes,
Okay.
and if there is a gap and let's say it's $10,000, maybe they could pay that 10,000, we would pay the rest. That's where I'm coming from. But I don't wanna, you know, I'm not gonna shortchange our public because we're accountable. That's one of our statutory duties.
Right. And I would just say, we have been neglecting this property as we did 7970 West Liberty for many years. And it has been the contributions of these volunteers in exchange for some storage space. And so I'm for that. I mean, so it's the fair, you want the fair market rent.
And I think, could we
could ask Joyce to look at that.
Could you tell Brandon?
Well, I don't know who would look at that, but Joyce, if you could, what's your comment on how you would go about researching what a fair price would be for that space?
Well, I would think we'd have to have it appraised to know what the value is, or have some way of determining the value in order to say.
Commercial.
It would be for
Yeah,
rental
that's what
space.
appraisal of some sort.
$20,000.
Yeah, now our insurance carrier has certainly come up with some value of insuring, right, when they walk through it. So they have that. I know that's not a commercial appraisal.
Right.
So, can I, so it's,
But the rental space is what Jillian's thinking about, the value of rent.
So it's a barn without heat, without electricity, with a dirt floor and no plumbing.
And back one.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about animals. Is it bigger like the township hall, like this
No.
space right here? Is it bigger or smaller than this space?
The footprint is 35 by 60.
So how does that relate to this?
It does,
It's similar or smaller?
John, it's the barn at Scio and Wagner. It's much
No, I know,
smaller.
I drive by, it's a gorgeous barn, I
Okay.
drive by it all the time.
It's small.
I'm looking at it, no, but I'm just, it's the foot.
2,100 square feet.
No, but what would you say?
We
this
all
was?
have that answer.
Thank you, Kathleen.
So,
Find
but,
it.
so here's my concern.
Say, how many RVs can you park in it? How many RVs and trailers? And it costs $100 a month at a storage lot that's outside on gravel or an RV. It takes about 2 minutes to put that together.
I would just say,
It's-
just speaking, if I could speak freely, I think $300, they got one sweet deal. Even with the setup of the condition that it's in, to me, yeah, it's just definitely being under.
But they have it's my understanding that they have a lease through when?
May
May
2025.
So basically another 12 months.
And so my thought is that we take this 12 months, actually had a motion that would kind of fast track some of this research to look at, you know, alternatives to that continued lease. But in my mind, any alternative, like the township selling it, the township using it for all of the vehicles and apparatus that's sitting out there, Brandon, would require a functioning roof.
Right. Well, that's,
Party barn?
No,
but it's down the road, the contingent, the next 2025, but we're talking about right now. And the fair market value, and if whatever that is, maybe they could make up for some of that.
yeah, and I will say they, and this
They
was,
as in the friends.
yeah, but I wanna say they as in the friends, okay? They, the friends, you are an informal association, you are not your own incorporated nonprofit.
Sure.
That's right. So when we are talking, I just wanna, we'd have to look at this, Jillian, and did you hear what I said? Repeat it back. So it's important because, but no, it's important because who are we asking for money from, Jillian? What we're asking for is an informal group of individuals, and I would like to take some consideration of that with our township attorney and others. I'm not saying we can't do it, I'm just saying the Friends of the Scio Barn is not an incorporated nonprofit.
Okay, but they've been putting money into the barn with, unless this is not, this is just your guesstimate of
No,
the man
Out of
hours?
their individual pockets.
And out of their sweat equity. You know, this is a
Exactly,
guesstimate, this
but we're
is a
renting
swag,
to a
this is,
group.
this is not a hard number.
Why don't we
Yeah.
just move to fix the roof tonight
So
and?
Jillian, Joyce,
You know, I don't disagree with Jillian as far as the value and.
yes, I don't
coming up with
either.
that estimate, but I guess I go back to the premise that we do have an agreement with them.
Right.
And do we honor that agreement for the 1
Yes.
year? And during that time frame, we can look at all of those other issues.
Right.
Well, and also it says in the agreement about maintaining the barn.
Which they've been
Yes.
doing.
And rights,
We've
which
made contributions and we might
the roof.
want to renegotiate
Right.
with,
Lots of
Yeah.
different things could
Yeah.
happen.
yeah.
I mean, Jillian, this is not, just like 7970 West Liberty, when we had somebody in there not paying rent for 5 years, you know, I thought that was a problem.
it is a problem,
Yeah,
it's illegal.
And we took care of it. What I'm saying is here, what we have is a different situation where we have an agreement that has been inherited. This is the first board conversation of this board that we've ever had about it. And so we're starting it. And I think that, you know, it is not of the most public benefit to Scio Township. And I don't want to continue the agreement as is because it's not benefiting all residents. It's not putting money in the general fund. It's not doing these things.
The board will
However-
have to discuss that.
Yeah, and
In the
I
future.
have a potential motion so that we can fast track that research process, but what I come back to, Jillian, it's our barn. And the roof is leaking and it's deteriorating, and my understanding from Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, is if we don't do this roof replacement this summer, we're going to have more damage.
Yeah, it's just cumulative. I mean, it's continues to leak.
Yeah, and I'm not saying we have to take
This
action
summer,
tonight.
but right now, we could figure out what the fair market value for rent is.
Yep,
And if there's
yep,
and that could be towards the contribution.
yep. So
Because you're
that,
not gonna put the roof on yourself. I mean, we've already discussed that. I mean, you're.
No, that's a professional job.
Yeah.
That's way beyond the scope of.
so if we could ask as that second point, that Joyce do due diligence to find alternatives to offset the general fund cost, including an analysis of the fair market rent of the storage space compared to the in-kind contributions to date.
Well, not just the storage space, could you also look at what the sale,
Let's look
like,
at a couple
if there's any comparables for the sale of the barn?
Yeah, the sale of the barn, what the
Yeah.
value might be.
Right, because I think that could
That's
be
the
one
question.
direction that the
I know there's a clause that the barn had to be preserved as a
Yeah.
natural space. I mean,
Yeah.
I have no idea, but I don't think it's viable to like sell it to someone, have them just knock it down and put a McDonald's
Right.
there.
And
I don't
I
think
just-
that's a.
I just want to jump in here, Will and Joyce, you just said, looking at appraising it commercial. I don't think we need to do that at this point. I think that's if we look at selling. I think what Jillian's question is, like what Judy Monk was chiming in about, is just like, what would it cost to rent, a space? I do think if we look at the possibility of selling it, we need to look at, that's a longer analysis, because there's the conservation easement around it. There's all these things, so,
It's actually a relatively small parcel.
because we have a conservation easement right around it all.
It would have to be a very unique buyer who would be interested in a barn on a very
Yeah,
small,
access
very
issues,
small parcel
And the access issue.
Yeah.
with
it really is
difficult
a
access
simple.
issues, so.
Yeah.
It isn't, so I'm not proposing that we try to come up with the alternative tonight, if we do the alternative. But I do think I'd like to make a motion to direct Brandon or Kevin to review options regarding the roofing recommendation, and ask that Joyce do some due diligence to identify any funding sources to kind of offset the general fund contribution, including an analysis of fair market rent for storage space.
And compare it to the
The
sweat
contrib-
equity.
Yeah, compared to the in-kind contributions. And then we could bring that back on May 14th on the roofing question. And then maybe at that point, we can start talking about how we wanna, I'm happy to, at May 14th, just bring a draft motion about kind of what research we might wanna do over the next 4 to 5 months to determine the greatest public use.
Would that give you enough time? 2 weeks?
We'll
Wait,
work
are
on
we-
it. Yeah.
Or, wait,
2
3 weeks?
Well, yeah, May 14th, just
It's
to.
actually 3 weeks from.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just to really nail down, make sure we're minimizing impact on the general fund, and that we're really happy with the proposed contractor and the proposed,
So motion by
Roofing plan.
Flintoff, I'll second.
okay,
So motion by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. Please call the roll.
okay, Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brazo, absent, Carrie. Carrie,
As long as the fair market value is compared to the in-kind, yes.
yeah,
Okay.
It's in the motion.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
Okay,
So
thank
come back
you.
on
On the 14th and
Yeah.
talk
Yes.
more about this. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't have to redo this presentation. We've already
No,
talked about all
not at
that.
all. It's a good presentation. Please work in the interim with Joyce and Brandon or Kevin, whoever she designates.
Okay. Got a card for me?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Lee.
All right, thank you, board.
Okay, thanks very much.
Brandon, you're up. This is item K5. This is the Superior Fence and Rail.
No, as exciting as this conversation is. Gotta take a little bit of a
Yeah, no problem.
trust you.
So I was asked to look into the, so the summary of the fence is to, basically protect our critical asset, from, unwanted intrusions and protect the safety of the public from potential hazards. It's,
Judy and Lee, I'm sorry, I just want to let you know, these mics are super sensitive and it creates a lot of interference for people at home. Thank you, Brandon.
and so that's why I'm proposing that we do enclose the pump station as, protect our critical asset. There was further discussion of whether or not 8-foot fence would be in compliance with our own ordinance. I did get with Laura about it. She did refer to the ordinance, which she gave me a copy of, and per our ordinance, the property is zoned as C2, which limits the height of the fencing to 6 feet. I did propose an 8-foot fence. So according to the ordinance, we would need a variance from the ZBA to allow the additional 2 feet. However, this very well might be what we need to go by. I still believe that these types of buildings and critical infrastructure are exempt from these types of ordinances. So I would like more time to look into that. If that's something that you guys are interested, it's no big deal. We could either go through the process if you guys want to see this through, or we could always just go to a 6-foot fence. In my time in utilities, I've always seen an 8-foot fence protecting critical infrastructure. And so that's the reason why I asked for it. So I yield to you on whatever process you guys want to go through. I did bid these out to 3 different contractors. And Superior Fence and Rail was the low bid for a 8-foot black vinyl chain link fence. There's a side entrance to the pump station from a brick wall that meets up almost to the side of the pump station. That would have a smaller swing gate in there to protect that side from people just walking in there. And then the new entrance would be an 8-foot double swing open gate, and that would be locked at all times, and only us and a few other people would have their own individual lock. They'd be have access to it, like our company that drops off oxygen into our tanks. So that's what I'm proposing. There is a drawing in one of the attachments from Superior that gives a good breakdown of exactly what is being proposed.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask one question, please? Okay, you let some people, but not others, I got it. Come on. You let Judy talk all the time. Brandon, why are there 3 different lineal feet measurements from these companies on these 3 quotes? It doesn't make sense to me.
I actually didn't look completely into exactly the difference in lineal feet. So, one instance, I was out there, and I gave the, direction to the contractor of where I wanted the fence. And, actually in 2 instances I was there. One, I had a field tech, and gave the direction of exactly how I wanted it. And then depending on the method that they use to measure the lineal feet, it could throw it off. I'm not exactly how much of that is.
Substantial difference.
Is it?
Of course, that relates to material cost.
Looks like about 10% difference. It is 366 feet on one, 400 on another.
I don't know if some of the contractors as well are,
I just want to point it out, I'm sure.
yeah, I didn't actually, look at that in detail. I just know that, for what, I mean, I was there for this specific one and I know, that it's the correct amount of feet. I seen them personally wheel it off. I can't speak to the other methods that were used. I know the other one uses wheel as well. And I walked it, and asked exactly for the fence to be in the same exact location. And
So Brandon, I'm actually, looking here, you're recommending Superior. And I'm looking for that quote. I see Michigan fence, I see built right, I see Michigan fence. And then is the next one, the website printout?
yeah, I think it looks more like a website. On the second page, it has the outlay of the, and at the bottom right, it references the amount.
Yeah. Okay, and is that diagram provided there exactly?
That's exactly what I asked for. Yep. Out of all three companies.
Okay, and it is significantly cheaper than the others. Question, I'm supportive of this and of, certainly the 8 foot. I like that the black vinyl, over the chain link looks a little nicer. Two questions. What I thought you were checking with Laura about was, I was curious if we needed any, you know, I think with the J-Rod district that it's in, we require certain materials or coverings. It sounds like you identified another kind of question, that there's a limit of 6 foot instead of 8 foot. Did you get an answer on the material, that black vinyl fencing? Would we allow a private?
There was no clear answer from, I mean, I didn't specifically ask what color would be allowed. It's according to the reference that she pointed me out to the ordinance, it didn't make any distinction between exactly what material.
Well, I did have a discussion with Laura.
Okay.
And the only reference was the 6 foot versus the 8 foot. She didn't say there was any other deviation.
Okay.
Yeah, she didn't share that with me.
Okay, maybe I'm misremembering, but people who, Kathy, know planning stuff better, like so often when things have come before, tell me if I'm got this wrong, but come before the board and the J-Rod, we say you have to cover up certain materials.
There is, yes, but I don't remember the specifics.
In the J-Rod overlay.
And I don't
district?
have my ordinance with me.
Do we?
Yeah.
Is that where that was? The 6 versus 8? Was it in the J-Rod
I
ordinance?
think it is.
Yeah, that's what she shared with me.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it has to be 8 foot though, you guys, because of what it is.
I'm not.
We gotta do whatever we need.
So Brandon,
I agree with you.
are
The
you
other thing-
saying that, it went just get this
Yeah.
question before I forget it. So the restriction is on the height. And that would require a zoning variance, right?
Right.
So are you proposing that we go through that process and get a zoning variance, or that we give ourselves a waiver, or what?
What I would think that, based off talking with, Chief Hood as well and past experience, I believe that, instances like these, it's a critical infrastructure for the township. And, therefore, for these certain things, we're exempt, from our ordinances, that we do impose on other, businesses. But this is a special infrastructure for the township, and therefore special exemptions are allowed to be made. I'm not saying that you have to do that.
How does that occur, by this board?
Yes,
Okay,
you would
all right,
just
okay.
waive, yeah.
So essentially, yes, you are saying we should give ourselves.
I'm saying it's definitely up to you guys on what you guys would prefer. But that is, I believe, an option. And we could approve a fence to be done, and I could make sure I find that exact information for you guys if need be.
I kind of like that.
Yeah,
Just to know for sure.
Okay, we're talking about the height of the fence?
Yeah.
Possibly the materials.
Well, okay, but the height of the fence, according to ordinance, is, the front would have to be 4 feet, and the sides could be up to 7 feet.
I seen 6 feet, all around.
Okay, If I could,
Okay.
I
Well,
support I support this low bid, I support 8 foot. I agree, it's critical infrastructure. And very well, this board may be able to treat that differently, and I would support doing so, but before we take any action, like, I would like to get just a model motion written up by our township attorney.
I agree.
I don't know if, waiting to get this bid done until May 14th.
Not a big deal.
Cause I would like to get the waiver, to grant ourselves the exception.
I'm sure they'll just have.
The township attorney's review of it.
Okay.
Our ordinance says it's unlawful for any person, firm, or corporation to construct or cause to be constructed. I don't know that Scio Township is a person, firm, or corporation. I don't even know
We're a
that
body corporate.
36-73.
We're a body corporate.
I know, but. No, this is.
I don't wanna do this on the spot
No,
right now.
Shall we postpone?
I think it's probably okay.
Let's do that.
Well, I don't wanna just, honestly, I'd like to give enough direction to Joyce and Brendan here to go to our township attorney and come up with a tight motion that can hopefully be on our consent agenda on May 14th. That would do the following: it would approve this bid in the budgeted funds. Make clear we want to do the 8 foot, identified as critical infrastructure, and grant ourselves the exception. But I just want that written up by our township attorney, since we'd be creating some precedent.
So postponing is the way that,
Okay.
to go, I think.
Yeah.
That's
But to come back in consent, tight and ready to go.
All right, so let's
Postpone this? I don't think.
So, yeah, just a motion to postpone
Okay.
to May 14th consent agenda.
So moved by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Okay, postponed. Michigan Air Solutions.
Oh.
8185. Air compressor.
So, talking with, this one was brought to the capital improvement as, I talked to Rich, and seeing what he could really use as far as him and his staff that they were really missing. When I first got here, when I heard that we were doing a capital improvement project, and this was one of the high priority items that he really requested. And honestly, I was quite surprised that we didn't have this on hand. This is a staple in municipalities. It's a tow behind compressor that allows you to hook up basically a blowout rod to it and blow out curb boxes where shutoffs are for houses, as well as valve boxes, which are the smaller ones in streets and right of ways for our valves to our water main. And not having this on hand, definitely can cause huge issues, especially going forward with our meter replacement program, and or if we have any emergency situations that require us to get on valves for main breaks. If we can't blow these out, we're gonna have issues where we have to affect more people in a shutdown in hopes of controlling the water flow for no reason. To give a little bit even more background, currently, if a customer calls and they need to have their water turned on or shut off, and we arrive and their valve box is full, or curb box is full, we then have to stop what we're doing, hope that a rental company has one on hand. We have to go get it. Then we then impose that charge to the homeowner for that rental fee. And the way that I'm looking at it is based off of the rates and fees that we do charge the customers. This is something we should already have on hand that they've already paid for, that we should then take away that fee in the future because they've already paid for it. It's just not us handing on hand.
And I'm persuaded. I don't know if anyone else needs any more
Yeah.
persuading.
I just have I'm support question though about how it's towed. Can it be towed by any of the utility vehicles?
Yes, any of them will be able to tow it. It's a fairly easy thing to tow, not too complicated,
Great.
but it does take up more space, but yeah. And they'll be required to have this on there, actually with them anytime they do any of that type of work.
I'll make the model motion to approve the purchase of the MAS air compressor at the cost not to exceed $30,000. Moved by Hathaway, support by Noel. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
That brings us to Dixon Engineering contract.
It's 11 o'clock.
Not quite.
I make a motion to finish our agenda.
We've got a ways to go. Yeah.
Well, we have a motion on the table.
So we have a motion to continue and finish our agenda.
Support by Palmer.
Support by Palmer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
No. No.
I think the ayes have it.
All right, voice vote. Aye. Okay, Kevin.
Is that in our rules of order though?
Rules of order is
That
that
was
we
it.
do the
We
thing
just
that we
did it.
just did, but actually we did it 3 minutes early.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, well, there you go. We're ahead of schedule.
We're ahead of
Let's keep going.
schedule. So K7, Dixon Engineering contract work.
This is something that's been rearing to come to the agenda. Part of the work with Dixon Engineering was to get the contract specs and the technical specs for a contractor to do the work. The other part of the agreement with Dixon going forward, if this was approved, were for them to do the on-site inspection of the painting and the repairs that are gonna be done to the tank. There'll be certain hold periods along certain stages that they will actually go out there and visually inspect to make sure it's being done to the right standard. And that's something that we definitely need in order to make sure that this is being done properly. When this work was first originally brought to you, this amount was in the total agreement, so this is just a portion that's left. I wanna say in whole, they allocated, or they asked that we allocate $300,000 toward this project. I believe Dixon Engineering's cost was, and I don't have the exact number right with me, it was like around $55,000. So that meant up to $250,000-ish was reserved for the actual contractor to do that work. And moving on to the next item, you'll see that we are substantially under the amount that they requested us to hold aside. So I'm asking the board to approve Dixon Engineering to do the oversight.
I would be prepared to make a motion.
Oh, I thought he was gonna make.
No, I was just
Can I make
waiting,
one?
someone.
Yeah, okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve Dixon Engineering's contract to provide oversight of the work being performed on Scio Township's water tower pending approval of the contract by the township attorney.
That was done, sorry.
Okay. In an amount not to exceed 34,400 of budgeted funds from Fund 590. The only other thing, I know you had some questions about this after the last meeting, instead of just approving the contract, do we want to say to approve the supervisor or manager to sign?
Yeah,
Or is that clear?
when I came in here, this was already in motion, and I don't know if we actually have an actual signed contract that we.
We don't, yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, okay, so I'd like to say to approve to authorize the manager to sign the Dixon Engineering's contract to provide oversight of the work being performed on Scio Township's water tower in an amount not to exceed 35,400 budgeted funds from Fund 590.
Also,
591.
Jess, you said 34,000, so 35.
Excuse me, 35,400. Thank you.
And so that's seconded by Noel. So moved by Flintoff, seconded by Noel. Please call a roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser. Motion adopted 6-0.
All right, that brings us to item K8. This is the H2O water towers contract.
So following the technical specs and contractual documents being written up, Dixon Engineering did release these to vetted preferred vendors. We did have a sealed bid. I sat in on it and opened up the bid packets. H2O water towers out of Saline, Michigan was the low bid. I got with Joyce and let her know that. She instructed me to seek out 3 different jobs that were done in our area that this company did. I went to Saline, they did Saline's water tower. They did one in Wixom. And they did another one. Oh man, I don't know why it's escaping my mind. It was like 4 weeks ago that we looked at them. But I just visually inspected the work that was done, the paint job. It did look really nice. It was still holding up. Most of the towers I looked at were from 2015, 16 when they painted them. I also reached out to the director because they had contacts for their work. They had nothing but good comments. And then also part of the work that Dixon Engineering was obligated to do was to also provide their recommendation. And they did provide a recommendation letter for H2O. So we'd be asking you to approve H2O to do the contracted work.
That's really their name, H2O Water Tower. I thought that was just a typo.
Water.
Yeah.
Any other further questions or comments?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
One thing that I wanted to bring up, because someone brought this up to me about the sign where we have the township logo now at the east end of the boulevard, that part of the logo is actually missing from that sign. So I want to make sure that,
Are you talking about that bird?
yeah.
Ooh. I don't know if that, I think well, whatever we approved, we approved.
Yeah, there was one error that I did make that I wanted to bring up. Apparently the water tower has 3 Scio view, scenic Scio signs on there, and I only thought it had 2. Because I never drove around on the back side of it, because I am new. So this is approved to have one facing directly south and one facing directly north. There is one that is facing more east. So it could be a little bit better seen by the traffic traveling west. But there is 3 signs and we only asked for 2.
So what will that mean? Are you saying then the people on the highway won't see it?
I think they'll still see it. It's just they're gonna have to be more directly passing it and see it.
This is like north,
And I don't,
west and south.
so I'm not sure. I think I can, because really it's not that big of a deal to change where the stencils are. It's still symmetrical. So what I would say that this price includes 2 emblems to be put up there. Where exactly they're at isn't as big of a deal. It's just having 3 is gonna be more than what we asked to be quoted. So we can shift one of them to face more of the highway, pointing east. It's just right now it has 3 emblems, which is not usual. So I didn't assume that there was that many.
You didn't know there was 3, nobody else.
I did ask Rich, who's here for 18 years, and he said he didn't know either.
No, but I just wanna say that I'm glad you raised this.
Yeah.
I just wanna say, I don't wanna do something short-sighted with a significant investment of money here. I'm not a design person, Joyce. I don't know if you've looked at this. 3 versus 2.
Not really, no.
So I have not either, but what I don't wanna do tonight is put 2 on and then be like, oh, that's hard to see.
Right.
Right, and so I'd like somebody to look at this
How much more would it
with
be?
a fine eye and determine if 2 is sufficient
How much more would it be?
for visibility.
I'm guessing it's gonna be a decent amount more for this specific emblem that we're looking at to have additional one.
1,500?
I have no
He doesn't.
best guess.
Put a marijuana leaf.
Can we,
I would assume in the like $10,000 range.
Oh. Okay.
so who do we need to look at the water tower?
And see what they recommend.
Yeah.
From the major thoroughfares, isn't it?
I'd like somebody to think about this and determine, yeah, because there must be a reason why 3 was done before. It may not have been a
Well,
compelling
you don't
reason.
know that.
I didn't say it was a compelling reason, but
I think it's a little bit more than that's needed, but that's just my opinion on it.
Well, it seems like
And it
Dixon
might
is the
be,
right
I don't
firm
know.
to ask because
Yeah.
they do this kind of thing on a regular
Yeah.
basis, so they have some
Yeah.
experience.
so should we, so this would be, the motion before us,
Is for 2.
all right,
So it's to paint the water tower.
yeah,
Right.
What was the cost
Doesn't
again?
say 1 or 2 or 3.
right. So let me, how about this, if I could offer a motion or not?
Also, it's 138,490. There was roughly 250,000 allocated for this portion of the job. That we were asked to set aside for that to potentially be used.
Could we, why is it coming out of the sewer capital fund?
I put sewer on here?
Yeah, you
Yes.
did.
Oh, that's my bad, typo.
I figured, but I looked down.
Okay,
Yeah.
that, and so who is it that we want to, Dixon, that we want to make the determination that Dixon, consider, number and placement of logo?
That would be a simple thing. I'm sure we could get back to you guys real quick on that.
Okay,
That Joyce like sent out a memo.
I'd like to offer a motion to authorize the manager to sign the attached notice of award with H2O Water Towers to complete the needed repairs and repainting of the Scio Township's water tower in an amount not to exceed 138,490 from budgeted funds in Fund 591, with the condition that Dixon consider the number and placement of logos for best visibility.
I'll support. So moved by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. Please call roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
I think that brings us to K9. This is the Cummins generator maintenance contract.
Not too long ago, I'd say in January, I was made aware that our contract expired for the maintenance of our generators. All of them, aside from the fires, generator, some reason it's not on the same contract. And so, I did have it set up as a 1-year contract, however, based off the conversation about the pump station, I went ahead and asked them to, expand it to a 3-year contract. And so, the allocated amount, well, this is for a 3-year contract to be approved by the board. And I was only able to get 1 contractor to submit on it. And based off the chief's recommendation of 2, he's been happy with the service that Cummins has provided. And so that's the reason why I only have 1 submission for you guys.
And Joyce, do you support Cummins, given our experience with the maintenance over here on this one? We had a little trouble.
Right. Well, I think, the experience we had with Cummins earlier had more to do with the staffing and the follow-up. I think that played a big part in it. We had several meetings with them.
Okay.
Discuss what occurred and certain things were not ordered that ended. That created a problem.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So is this motion good as is? Does it need more detail?
It needs a little more detail.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'd make a motion to approve Cummins to maintain Scio Township's generators for a 3-year contract as attached. And Brandon, has this been approved reviewed by the?
This one, in specific has not.
As attached,
To be reviewed.
pending approval by township attorney in an amount not to exceed. What's your amount, Brandon?
I have it split between the funds. I didn't do like an absolute
Okay.
total, I'm sorry.
Amount of, and I will list the breakdown. Building maintenance is 101, 265. You're proposing? The building,
Correct.
yeah, okay. So the split from 101, 265, 590 and 591 as described. That's
And this is, that price right there is the per year price. So that's not for all 3 years.
So. All right, so what I'd like to do is, I'll take those numbers, add them up. I'll times by 3 to not to exceed will be the total times 3, okay?
Pending approval by the township
But-
attorney.
but that we'd be
mapped by
giving-
the clerk.
Right, but then we'd be granting approval authorization for 3 full years of funding with this split. And Brandon, I'm presuming the split is based on the distribution of the generator.
Yeah, for what they actually power.
That's my motion.
I will support it. So moved by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Just to K10, this is the Jackson Road Pump Station Generator Professional Design Services.
In the capital improvement plan, and as this process was developing for, getting a new generator into the pump station. It was, told to me that this specific, generator changeover would need some design work, and standards and practices put behind it in order for the, for potential contractors to be able to bid adequately on it and make sure that the work is done appropriately at this station. And I asked for a quote. The quote was $30,000 that we set aside for this work. And subsequently, OHM provided the quote in order to do the design, professional design services in order to get this installed. And their quote came back at $24,500 to get that done.
Okay, so Palmer moves the model motion to award OHM $24,500 to complete professional design for the installation of the new 300 kilowatt generator.
From Fund 590 sewer.
Correct.
And we'll be sleeping better at night knowing that we have a work generator there.
So they support by Flintoff?
Yeah, I think there was already support.
Oh, was there?
Carrie.
Oh, I didn't-
Palmer and Carrie.
All right, Palmer and Carrie. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser.
Yes.
Motion adopted 6-0.
Brings us to item G3. This is the agricultural conservation easement deed that was. Pulled. Thank you, Brandon. It was pulled from the consent agenda. Trustee Carrie, did you have a question or concern?
Yeah, there's, everything's blacked out, so I don't know, and I believe that it's up to the point of sale or, regarding the. Why is this blacked out?
It's blacked out,
It's confidentiality.
it's explained here. It's not, the whole thing is not pulled together to closing yet. We haven't, it's not at sale yet. So because it's still a pending agreement. It's
Well, this is a conservation easement for property that somebody already owns, right?
correct.
Okay, so then it's not really a sale.
It's, we're buying the conservation easement.
But can you describe a little bit about, without naming the property, about where this is at? And I mean, my question is, if we approve this grant agreement, does this require that we approve the purchase?
No.
This is kind of why I want to, I like to have these things in closed session where we can kind of understand what property is being proposed to the board for action, because when we take action on a grant, on a conservation easement
Yeah, I want to know.
possibility.
I want to know who it's going to, because
I just
would've
want to know
preferred-
that the board is eventually going to decide
Not in
to
favor.
pursue a conservation easement on whatever particular property.
Well, I think this is one of the component pieces of the financing for a deal that is being still assembled by the LPC.
A
So
proposal to the
right,
board.
John, you would know better than anybody, right?
Yep.
So maybe you can speak to this without revealing the identity of the property.
I don't know how, I don't know how you can do that without going.
Into closed session.
Closed session.
Yeah,
other
we
than
could
going-
do that.
We could go into closed session, or we could. Is time of the essence? Do we have to do this at 11:30 tonight, or can we go into closed session next time for a little bit?
Can we table this? Let's table it.
What is the, yeah, I'm just looking at the timeline because it's great that we have a possibility. It says the award will be provided. And I'm also aware of kind of when this, it looks like the money's not going to come in until next fiscal year anyways. Kind of like way after the fact. This isn't something that suddenly gonna come.
I'm not in a position to answer all these questions. All I know is that this was a request for approval of the township to accept the grant from the state as part of the deal of, pulling together all of the resources in order to make this happen.
So I just want to say, one, we love grants. It's a great thing. Two, I mean, we've established that our expectation is that we approve grants before we apply for them. We know this one was missed, and so it's before us now. But I do want to, I also want to say, I think this is why we, the manager has assigned Chris Chang to be more involved in the LPC, so we can make sure that we're kind of getting these processes in place before it comes to the board.
And I think that's important going forward, and I'm glad that there's those systemic improvements. But with respect to this one, can we at least move to sign the grant agreement?
For what?
Does this grant go with this parcel, or can this grant be used for a different parcel as well?
Yeah, do we have flexibility if the deal doesn't, if we don't decide to
I think
go
that
forth with
the
whatever?
application
might
is
become?
made for a particular parcel. It's
Yep.
not fungible
Page 9
in the
of
sense
12.
that you can spend it on
Page
any.
9 of 12. No, if this is,
I mean, I'm comfortable with this program. I like that the township attorney has reviewed the terms. What I'm wondering about is what I'm uncomfortable with is being asked to approve, basically.
Accepting $200,000 to protect 100 acres of agricultural land somewhere in Scio Township.
Well, it says the grantee shall purchase an agricultural conservation easement on the property listed below, blacked out. That's what we're agreeing to.
I don't like making decisions on something that I don't know all the information.
And I'm
I
not
guess
saying
we
that,
should postpone it until we can get the rest of. the
I mean, I
information.
think it could be like a 10-minute closed session, but we need to understand, I don't know if we're talking about a $2 million proposed purchase. If we're talking about a loan from the general fund, I don't know what we're talking about.
I move to postpone this agenda item to a closed section at our next meeting.
Or sooner if needed to keep the opportunity for this money.
Right, we'll confer about what the time frame is.
Yeah, and Joyce, if I could just ask you or Chris or whoever you think, right, just to start getting us on track a little more so we have the right information.
We reviewed this together. The township attorney reviewed this.
And I want to say, when I reviewed it this morning, because I just got back into town yesterday, I want to say I went right to the terms and I had skipped over this, and so I apologize. Because I didn't see that the actual property was blacked out. I thought this was something that was already in the public realm.
My understanding is, yes, we'll have to do it in closed session
Mhm.
because it's not to the point it's being put together. But sometimes information gets out and then you got somebody else coming in the back door. And we don't want that.
We don't want
We have
that.
motion by Riser, support by Hathaway.
What
Please
is
call
what is the motion,
to
Jen?
postpone to our next meeting, or as you suggested, sometime sooner if necessary.
necessary.
Okay, postpone to May 14th or sooner if deemed necessary. Okay.
So please call over, oh, actually, we're gonna do this by voice vote. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that brings us to the additional item. John, do you still want to talk
Well,
about?
Resolution to establish a pilot pollinator project.
It's 11:22 at night. I sense we might be in this position, and I'm not going to belabor this group with time. I have, and I'll send it to Joyce for inclusion in the packet.
I'll
guess-
upload it with all the other stuff.
I guess I would ask that you look at it, and essentially what I would like to do is establish a pilot pollinator project that would allow beehives to be placed on certain parcels. Yeah, this is, I got a few tweets, certain parcels on which it would be appropriate to have parcels of, let me take. a
Wait, are
look.
we gonna talk about this tonight or?
No, we're not. I'm just giving, this is just a heads up. I mean, if you want to, you can, but I'm not expecting that, given the latest the hour. And Ipsy Township has had bees on their township parcels since 2015. And they have multiple parcels on which they have bees, including, to my surprise, a golf course. And they started out with 10 hives on township hall property, which I'm not proposing at all. Pardon?
Ypsilanti Township.
Ypsilanti Township?
Township itself?
Yeah.
So the township, not
No, and well,
individuals?
they had volunteers. They had volunteers. They had some township employees, some volunteers. So, but the township has multiple hives on multiple parcels. That doesn't mean
So
that
we're gonna own bees.
no, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, are we gonna talk about this tonight or?
Let's not, let's
No,
not.
no,
I don't think we're giving
I'm
this.
just laying out the concept.
Yeah.
I'm just laying out the concept and.
Can I just give a couple broad stroke points?
Of course.
What I'm unclear on is what's the policy objective?
Okay.
And no, for a future discussion, what's the policy objective? Like, is it
It's
to,
it's on the whereas.
I had read it. Disagree. And we can talk about more, but in terms of if we're trying to open up township land for other purposes, or are we trying to increase pollinators?
Yes,
Okay.
bees. It's for the sake of the bees, not to help,
I'm
help township residents sell honey to their friends. It's not, that's not the purpose at all.
right. And then the second major point was, it's very administrative heavy. And so I don't like adding that kind of extra work for our staff. Third point is it delegates the decision-making of selecting the pilot to, staff. And I think that should be, if we were to do such a thing, that should be a decision of the board.
And
So those are my broad strokes.
and we can. Right.
So I think, I think it needs work. So again, I think if you wanna put it, like, if you wanna put it on for May 14th, but like, we need to have a discussion.
Of course we do. I'm just broaching a topic.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
move on to public comment.
Do you wanna make a motion to put it on for the 14th?
No,
or-
I would ask that,
We gotta do something with it.
well, I could ask, yes, I move that this matter be postponed to May 14th.
Okay, support.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, the motion passes. That brings us to public comment. Is there anyone present who would like to make a public comment?
Leslie Brand. Conservation easement, I would think that all the board members would want to know what the property is. We do have hanging out there an application from Dave Lutton that impacts our, his desire to have his property annexed to Dexter. The notion that a conservation easement, knowledge of that, I'm not asking for knowledge of that. I think the board should have knowledge of the address. The notion that revealing that would make that property subject to somebody else grabbing the conservation easement and paying for it does not make sense to me. If you're selling a property, I get that. If you are selling conservation easement, is there developers that are out there buying conservation easements? I don't think so. Okay, next topic. I am imploring, asking the reasonable women on this board to contain Mr. Hathaway when he tries to prevent me from speaking, because that is not applied in a fair fashion. So I'm imploring the reasonable women on this board to consider the implications. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment?
Just one idea after watching Brandon have to sit here until about 10 o'clock. When we have staff things on the agenda in the future, or maybe just once a month, you could have a meeting, especially meeting at 6 for anything that has to do with items that are being presented by staff members, whether it be Chief Hood, Brandon, anybody else that ever comes and has presentations or has agenda items that need a vote. That way they get to go home, because I know these meetings go long. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Brian.
Anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment? Seeing none, is there, well, I can see actually people who are lined up to speak remotely.
Sure. If you're interested, please raise your Zoom hand. First up, we have Jonathan, followed by Rob Pattinson. Jonathan.
Yeah, long meeting tonight, but good stuff. John Reiser. I think that if your pollinator parcel project isn't run by Parks, Pathways, and Preservation, you don't call it the PPPPPPP, you're missing out. Good night, everybody.
P6. Thank you.
Next up is Rob Pattinson. Rob?
Thank you, Brian. That is a fantastic idea about the 6 p.m. Thing for issues with staff. Item G3 tonight is the perfect example of why working sessions are a good idea. You can go into closed session during working sessions. You can discuss these things so they don't appear out of nowhere and you have to make decisions on the fly. I agree with Jonathan. The pollinator project, I think, is more appropriately sent to the Parks Committee first and get a recommendation from them to come to the trustees. Tonight at 11 o'clock, Trustee Carey and Trustee Knoll, you voted no to continue the meeting. Utilities Director Brandon sat there for 3 hours and 45 minutes to finally get to his items. And it was just flat out rude to want to deny him the ability to finish his points because you were tired and ready to go home. As much as I've hammered the supervisor for his incapability to be a leader, you two have earned a shame on you for treating the utilities director that way. The ordinance about the security fence, it's a security fence for critical infrastructure. It's not a decorative fence, so the ordinance I don't think can apply to that sort of a structure. Thank you for getting the chief on earlier than normal. I will note that it was still 1 hour and 45 minutes before Chief Hood was able to do his 5 minutes worth of presentation. As Ryan said earlier, we could have done that much earlier in the meeting in the future. Maybe we can do that at 6 p.m. Trustee Carey, we actually get zero rent from the barn people. I suggest you all read the rental agreement that Pat Stein sent to all of you. The rent is zero. So make note of that. And then finally, our manager makes $173,000. Sandy Egler makes $110,000. Our fire chief makes $106,000. Our utilities chief makes $101,000. Our fire marshal makes $100,000. Our clerk makes $99,000. Our assessor makes $98,000. Our treasurer makes $90,000. Our new project manager makes $85,000. And our new IT director makes $84,000 a year. And Manager Parker, this all falls on your shoulders. For this township to have not had performance reviews of staff for decades is absolutely unforgivable. And performance reviews in the real world are always associated with a raise. If you have a good performance review, you get a raise, not a cost of living raise, a raise of merit. So there's no way you can have performance reviews without a raise. In my opinion, this township owes the staff who actually make this township work for decades on end, owes them back pay. How somebody like Sandy Yeagler can make $150,000 a year, and she's staff a couple of years ago until things changed for her, and it's 110,000 now. But and someone like Fran and Christy in the front office are making the same money they were making 10 years ago. They've only got cost of living increases, but yet somebody like Sandy Yeagler is making a fortune off this township. How is that fair? This board has a lot to answer for the way township employees have been treated. And primarily this falls on you, Manager Parker, but it falls on this entire board. You absolutely have to treat this as an emergency and do something about this quickly. You can't just leave it hanging again and again and again. As Christy said tonight, there's these big ideas and then they go poof out the window. You absolutely have to do something about this sooner rather than later. And we'll be reminding you of that. Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Rob. Next up is Pam Boyd. Pam?
Thank you, Pam Boyd, an informed resident. Been a while since we've had a long meeting. Couple things. I want to thank Brandon for all of the information that he brought for all of the various issues that he brought before this board. One of the things that really stood out to me is how often there wasn't complete information on some of these items. Brandon was the exception to this issue. He was exceptional. And I really hope that this board and the various parts that need to get information to you guys, you can't do your job if you don't have it in front of you. And if you don't have it in front of you at least 24 hours before. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Pam. I see no others in here.
I do have something to say, though. Hey, Brandon, I do apologize for voting, wanting to leave at 11. However, we have a packed agenda that is ridiculous, and then we had a 6 o'clock meeting. If we had work sessions for these big projects, we wouldn't have to be here so long. And I keep saying this over and over again. The Honey Creek, we could have had a work session on
I
that.
agree.
Just to pack
It's a big
this,
one.
and it's not fair to our employees, it's not fair to us, it's not fair to our residents, so. I wasn't meaning to be rude. I'm just sick and tired of these long meetings with this stuff and we don't even have all the information.
Motion by
Thank you.
Ryder, support by Noel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Trustee Carey, you should call for those special meetings because the supervisor will never do that.
Okay. I just need 4 votes.
That's right.